Alright, let's get this stream on the go. Not expecting much traffic today because of the amount of people that are celebrating Christmas, but if my wife has to work on this day, so do I. Alright, so plan today is pretty much take that shovel and start digging basically towards the pit until I can take the shovel and turn it 90 and then dig from that spot over here and then probably go back and forth that way until other people, if other people decide to hop in here, and when or if they do, then it'll probably be me going from here, digging towards the pit, go halfway or wherever, because I'd like to get another shovel here digging, heading towards that way, and have me digging heading towards that way until we can open this up a little bit more, get a couple more spots going, and then probably, depending on how many people are kicking around here, have more shovels, more trucks, so on and so forth. Turn it into a real mine. As of right now, it's just a pit. I'm also wondering if I should just get the hair out of my mic. I don't know what to do here. I don't know if I should just take this out of here and just start digging down, because I have a feeling that that spot right there, just like this spot over here, are gonna go, like the spots that's there and the other one that's here are gonna go like this, so there's a bit more material down the bottom. Yes, there I am. I'm here. Alive, kicking. Like I said, my stream would be, so today, tomorrow, and the day after start at roughly around this time, and then it's 6 days of if I'm on. Yeah, well, is what it is. Next year you get it off, so it's the pro and con of working shift work. You work half the year and no exceptions, so it's half of this year, and then you next year you get the other half of what you missed this year. So next year you'll get Christmas, but you'll work on New Year's. This year you get New Year's off and you're working Christmas. So it is what it is. Guess I put my new plant on hold. You try. All right. Maybe you can help me figure out what exactly we can do here. I'm just wondering if I should tear that up and start digging, or then again, we should probably, I'm thinking maybe clear all this area off first, and then when you go down a level, just bring back a tier. How's it going?
Oh yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, my brain's just been like, Merry Christmas. So were you trying to figure out now?
Whether I should dig underneath this parking spot or not, because that stone is so close to that. I got a feeling that once I remove some of the material around here, I'm gonna impeach onto this anyway, or encroach, whatever the word is, encroach out of this. So I'm wondering if I should just take this out of here and just continue the pit on down. But or I think I could just stop acting like I'm following a squirrel and just continue digging this out first, and then go down that level and worry about that at that time.
Yeah, I'd stay with the cut. Yeah.
Yeah.
You stay with the cut you're doing, and then once that cuts to the pit over there, then you can come back to go down again, and then you can rip it from there all the way back.
Yeah, and debate on whether we're gonna tear this out of here or not.
Yeah, when you start playing squirrel, you start getting holes everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that over here. Actually, I managed to clear up one of the holes that you had there.
Yeah.
You're like a damn gopher.
Let's see if you're in the session. Let's see if I can see you in the list today. Probably not.
Oh, probably not. I'm wondering, is there like a setting that I might have turned on to make it to where nobody can see me?
Steam. Nah, I don't know. Like I was saying, even my buddies who were saying like mine, it wasn't showing for them half the time. I'd have to leave and go back in, and then I realized the Steam thing, and I just get sick. I was like, I said, add me on Steam.
Yeah. All right. Well, there is some spots here. Good thing I didn't start digging. There is some spots here that are solid stone that I'm already, like the shovel is already bucking on it. Probably throw a couple pieces of TNT on there and just shovel it away.
Yeah, after I built that plant, you also get my plant. I'm like, mine. I started looking at the ground around it everywhere. I'm like, yeah,
there's a lot more to it
definitely
now.
needs to be a little bigger, but I'm like, I need to drop the height of it.
Well, the area that
so
the plant on your map
like
is
4 stories in the ground.
Yeah, because the area you've got on your map dug out, it's almost like you're in a bowl.
Yeah. So that's why I'm dropping it down 4 stories, so it'll allow me to be able to drop the grade around the building down and not affect the building. So it's basically where it's already up in the air. So basically, kind of like if you're looking at yours, mine's accidentally going to be 2 blocks deeper in the ground.
Okay.
So, but my hoppers are up on the top block right now. So as I drop the grade, I'll be able to bring the hoppers down. That's all.
Yeah, I ended up widening the bottom initial ramp.
Like we could eventually do with this. Can't remember what I was on the other day, what I was finishing up.
Again, like I said, I'm not expecting any, if a lot of people to join today anyway. It's one of those days that people are not going to be anywhere near their computer or trying not to be. So.
Yes, I wasn't sure. I thought that you had said like 6:30. Actually, yeah, 6:30 your time is 8:30 my time. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 6:30-ish my time. And that's because of the I dropped the wife off to a bus.
I was thinking it was 6:30ish my time.
Oh. No, 4:30 is around the time that my wife woke up. I wake up an hour later because she gets up and gets ready to go to work. I just drive her to the bus stop.
Yeah. All right, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go get the oil field put down. I need to get the dozer and clear
Okay.
a nice spot for it. That way we can get that down. So I don't have to worry about the boss asking me again. Hey, was that oil
Yeah.
field?
Time to kill the squirrel and get it over with.
Yeah. Yeah. Think over by the coal power plant over that way behind the rock trucks.
And are you gonna do it the legitimate way, or are you gonna slap a little bit of coal down on the ground and stick a plant on top of it?
I'm gonna try and do it the legitimate way.
Okay.
So I'm gonna grab the height of what this concrete is here.
Actually, there is a lump
and
of
go
coal
over there
up
and look
top.
for a coal spot.
There's actually one already uncovered up there. I was up there looking in between the bagger and the 3 different trucks. The little bagger and the 3 trucks. There's a spot of coal there. Or were you talking behind the big trucks? Because we're the
Yeah, the big trucks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because we're the old bagger, the small one now. There's a spot up there. I wouldn't say it would take too much to find one here, though. Alright, well, I'm gonna go and continue trying to smooth out that ramp, and then I'm gonna start digging. Start getting some material moving. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab a couple pieces of TNT and blow up that piece. So it's gonna impede my ability to shovel that stuff out of the way. Do we have any up here, or am I buying it?
I think I took it all out when I was blasting over by the wall. That retaining wall that we're trying to put in down there by the houses.
Okay. Store. Equipment. Explosives. Detonator. And what was it? Dermec? Or was it TNT? Which one was the one that,
TNT.
Oh, TNT.
TNT, you get a larger blast radius.
Okay. Alright, I'll place some of these, and then I will see if any TNT has been left out anywhere and forgot about. Signal sucks now, almost at work. Have a good night. Okay. Love you. At least you made it out there on the same bus and they didn't have to switch you from one bus to the next one again this time. I know it's pretty bad that I'm thinking about looking for DCMA free Christmas music, but it's stupid. I should be able to just go to Christmas music and it'd be good enough. But
well, I had one on the other day. It was just like all instrumental of just like it sounded like it was something that was like computerized, and I was getting fucking hits on it. Like, really?
alright, let's see if... Oh, Harris Heller, okay. That works. Because I haven't been getting hit by anything so far with his stuff, which what I just went from was one playlist that he has to another one now, so... So most of this music is probably just gonna have a Christmassy beat to it. Or Christmas-like beat to it. All right. So I'm finding it hard to tell the difference between looking at, because I think I have both solid stone out here now and blasted stone. And I'm just really hoping that I'm not gonna have like the blasted stone right next to the solid stone, try and dig it up and turn this thing into a rocket ship again. Like right there, it looks like solid stone. Yeah. Well, yesterday I did it. I had the shovel right here and I sent it all the way over by, or not shovel, I had the front end loader over here and sent it right on over on the other side of the freaking, the big trucks where you're digging now.
Oh no shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah. If I thought about it, I should have clipped it, but yeah, I sent that thing flying. Actually, you can see the aftermath of where I landed because there's a little hole that I gouged into the side there and trying to roll the thing over. I wanted to do it legitimately, so I decided I was going to try and roll the thing over, managed to get it back on its wheels, and then I had to drive it back up a little bit of a mountain area and drive it back up to here. That was fun too. Especially when you got the giant counterweight in the way on 90% of the little bit of hills and stuff. It's like if it's not on flat ground with that loader, you're almost going to guaranteed to get stuck. Or bring up on the counterweight. Alright, so I'm just going to turn this and start heading towards the pit. Run that through. Actually, I need to hang a bucket first. Getting ahead of myself.
Okay, was that oil? Just need one.
I'm not full yet. So yeah, in the new year, I should have finalized paperwork stating I will be getting CPPD disability. Something that, according to the paperwork, as I looked into it, I have been trying to fight to get since 2021.
Good news.
It definitely is, yeah. Well, it's almost impossible to live anywhere here on one income. So at this point, it's my wife's income. So once I get that, that's going to alleviate a good chunk of pressure off of us anyway. If you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up button. Helps the channel out greatly. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, backpacks, jackets, things like that. Every little bit helps, and every little bit is appreciated. Don't forget to share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this content. Again, every little bit or every view helps. The more the merrier. If you want to play on this map with us at any time that I'm streaming, then don't hesitate to put in the comments that you are interested, and I will do my best to get you the server info so that you can join. All that I ask is that you drive a truck and or roller until deemed competent or not a troll. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck, and I will give you the option to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. Now we'll get back to digging. And Merry Christmas to everybody who is watching.
Alright, oil pump is set.
Awesome. Now we make millions.
Oh, just one.
Oh, make 1 million. Actually, probably not even really going to be making a lot of money off of that. We're going to be making more materials off of the oil that we get from it. Now, I know I thought I was seeing it where people were making like giant water reservoirs or oil reservoirs, like they were just basically putting down concrete blocks and filling it. Now, was I watching something else when I seen that, or are you able to do that in this game?
That was something else I haven't seen. You mean like a tote, like the square water totes? You mean?
No, I meant
Something
like let's say over there where the roller is, if I put a wall in front of that, basically where I thought I was going to dig up, let's say I put a wall across, so that's a box instead of just a 3-wall unit, and then fill it up with water or fill it up with oil.
You fill out the water with the water blocks. It just looks like water, but yeah, you can't do it with oil.
Oh, okay.
At least not that I know of. And it is set. It's about the same height as the parking lot out back with the garages and stuff. So if we widen out this way, it won't have to get moved. It's a good height already.
Okay, perfect.
Evening, gentlemen.
How's it going?
Evening, sir.
Oh, hang on now.
You guys have a good Christmas day?
I said,
Sure
how's
did.
it going? But I forgot to push the pedal. Yeah. And yeah, Christmas started at 4:30 for me this evening because that's the time the wife had to get up to go to work. So
Ah, okay, okay.
yeah, she's on nights for the next. This will be the first night of 3, and then she'll be off for 6.
All right, see if I can get down this hill without flipping over.
I gotta come see this.
Score.
Yeah, just a dozer-sized crater left behind.
Oh, can I get down to where you're at?
Oh, probably. I need to double check that I have that setting still set on here. Setting, graphics, not what I wanted. General. Number of world deformation threads, 8. Okay. Yep, still got it.
Just want to cut. Get back it, brother.
Well, every time I see you try and cut with that, I see you take the blade and you turn it so that it's one little corner digging into the ground.
Yep. Yeah, it's cut one side a little deeper, and you go back and you cut the other side deeper.
Alright. As much as I can sit there and watch you do that all day long, I should also probably do something over here too. I am the kind of person that I could sit down and watch somebody operate equipment all day long and not have a problem with it.
Are you one of them guys I used to have a bag of popcorn in my machine for? If I'd see somebody watch me for like longer than 5 minutes, I'd stop the machine. I used to have a bag of smart popcorn in the back behind my seat. Like, hey, you want some popcorn for the fucking show I'm putting on? Occasionally they'll be like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, now I know why I actually got out, though. I had a squirrel moment. Got that little hanging cliff piece sticking up there.
Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. Let's get it.
Oh, bear's up there eating the dozer.
Yeah, if that was real life, I would have just been eating the fucking windshield on that one.
Yeah. And I'm sure a mechanic would have had to been called to replace the blade you just snapped clear off the front end of that thing.
Yeah.
They might be tough machines, but they're not that fucking tough. Like, you're snapping those cylinders, no problem.
The first time I ran a D8 dozer, it was an old one. It was like late 70s, so it had brakes and clutch levers on it. So you'd pull the clutch lever to do a slow turn, but then you'd want to do a fast turn. You'd pull the clutch and hit the brake. Well, when they did that to me, I was on a 45-degree slope. My uncle was like, "You want to try this thing, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" He's like, "Come on, get on this slope." I'm like, He's like, "You scared?" I'm like, "Well, no, I just don't want to run the dozer."
Yeah. Built in the 70s, you can hit that fucking thing with a piece of TNT and that'll survive it. Those ones were made to be beat up.
Yeah, that thing was a beast.
Nowadays, everything is just mechanic special. Don't worry about the machine, we'll just call a mechanic to come fix it. And now, back in the day of the 70s and stuff, it was the, don't worry about the machine, it'll take it.
All right, so over here where you were cutting, you were able to get up to all the way to the top?
I wasn't cutting over there. That was the
Or was
other
that from the
excavator.
loader over here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the loader over there.
Loader and the excavator were there.
Okay.
The other shovel.
I just want to try and grab a height over here.
I can
for
bring
you,
this over
so I
there.
Can, figure out what to kind of grade all this out at.
I can bring this over there.
You see right out, I can just come right over to you.
Oh, okay.
Well, you can check the grade, that's all.
I think that truck is full. I think that truck's full. But yeah, like where I'm sitting right now and where my bucket is up, my bucket is as high as it can go. So technically, I'm down too low for my liking. I like it to where I can scoop up and then be able to take my bucket clear across the height. But at this point, it's okay. Anything lower than this would be too much, to where I'd be end up leaving a lip over where I'm trying to dig. Which I had that problem up top where the blue bagger is sitting when I was doing it up there one time.
Oh, I see a shadow of a big truck coming behind me. I'll get out of the way.
Yeah, big truck versus dozer. Big truck's gonna win every time.
Gotta get the thinking pipe filled a little bit right here. Get my brain right. And I'll start getting it all flat for you, so it'll be nice when you go to move. Oh shit, it's empty. Fuck. They smoked that much last night?
You smoking to feel festive, were you?
Oh shit. I think I was up until 4 a.m. I think.
How did your cheesecakes turn out?
Oh, it was like one of the best ones I've ever made. I was very, very surprised. Because I didn't use my Philadelphia cream cheese. I used the cheap store brand one, which is usually the same, just different package.
Yeah, sometimes the
gotta make
ingredients are a
sure
little
that-
different.
Yeah, you gotta make sure the cream cheese is warm when you go to mix it, or else you get like chunks of cream cheese in it. Little tiny chunks, and it did that to me this time, but the cream cheese has been sitting out for like 5 hours, so it should have been plenty warm. So I was worried when I made it wasn't going to be right, and when I broke into it last night, because we had our dinner last night. When I broke into it last night and tried it, I was like, oh my god, oh, this is Yeah, my mother's friend, he's like, it's one of the best blueberry cheesecakes I've ever had. I mean, yeah, it was shocking. I thought I screwed it up somehow. For that, I made a 6-pound prime rib. 3 of us. I looked at my mother's friend. Yeah, I said, you want a bone with the steak, or you want no bone on it? Yeah, I'll take a bone. All right, and I cut it the thickness of the bone. I slapped it on his plate, and he looked at me. I'm like, what? He goes, I can't eat all that. I said, same size mine, man. I said, you don't have to eat all. It's more than welcome to take whatever's left over, take it with you, man.
JD, thanks for the sub. Okay, game. There we go. Right. I am wondering if that truck is parked weird. It's like my bucket keeps catching on it, even though it doesn't look like it should be. Oh, and I'm hitting some more solid rock over here. I'm gonna do this.
Man, Q, so we need just flattening stuff out over there?
Yeah, it needs to be smoothed out a bit.
Say that again.
So you just flattening over there? Is that what you...
Yeah, just kind of smoothing it out a little bit.
Yeah, 'cause that's why I'm bringing the dozer out, trying to flatten all that. Attempt.
I just know that because I fucked with the dozer before, and if you're on rough, it makes it a bitch. So
And we don't swear around here. We smooth things out. We don't flatten it. We don't use that F word.
I am smoothing it.
Yeah, exactly. No, Bear was over there swearing.
Well, we do flatten stuff. It's called slapping concrete down.
Yeah, okay. That's as close to flat as you're getting, yeah.
Oh, shit, you're almost high at the bottom of this ramp. That's kind of nice, all right.
Well, I did kind of try and do that, so. And I mean that actually. I did try and actually make it so that my shovel was going to be the height of that ramp. I thought I was a little bit lower than the ramp, but I think I filled in a little bit of the hole that I kind of had there. So the drill in this game, has anybody used it, and does it, what help does it cause? Or does it hinder and probably cause more issues than it cures?
Yeah, I've tried it. It's almost useless at the moment for what it gives you. It'll
Okay.
tell you the information on what's there, but it gives you no reference. I mean, it doesn't store anything for you. It basically gives you the information that you can get visually just looking at stuff.
Are you talking about the remote? I'm talking the drill. Like there's an actual drill. My mind would have went with the drill as the,
yeah. You're talking about the one that you,
hang on.
yeah, you go on the excavator.
Store. Is it vehicles?
Go to your left
vehicle.
side
Yeah.
for your B100 attachment. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that goes on the excavator. Yeah, so you 100, 120, and your 140 excavators.
See, the only thing that I would have thought of the drill being used for would be like typical underground mining where you drill in and you put in your TNT or whatever explosive and then it helps that way. That's what I was thinking, is like, does that help or benefit in any way, or is it just a waste of time at this point? Or is that even what its purpose is in this game?
Yeah, it's just like we kind of like a prospecting drill, I guess you'd kind of say. It just kind of helps you find what's in the ground.
So it works like the controller, the ore detector or whatever it's called, where you just point it at it and it says what the item is. Even though I can pretty much look at it and say, there's solid stone, there's iron,
you actually
there's
take that,
pay dirt.
You'll send it in the ground still. But then as it's going in the ground, there's a little meter on the side of it that tells you what you're at in the ground. So you send the drill deeper in the ground. So it could say dirt at first, and then if there's iron below it, then eventually it'll come up saying iron. But it only goes so far in the ground.
It's just not really worth
I
it.
think it might be only 1,000 centimeters.
See, I would have thought of it as a, it would be beneficial if you were able to dig or drill a hole and then place an explosive down.
Yeah.
Like
I would love it if they had that. But I think that's what they were talking about. Because Splint had meant something about they were doing something with the drills, something different in the future.
Well, I mean, it sounds like something
not necessarily like for blasting, but
yeah, it made more sense if it was used for blasting. I mean, that's the purpose of the drill. That should be renamed Core Sampler, because that's what it is.
there you go. Yeah, exactly.
Like that's essentially what it is. It literally drills out a core, and usually, if in real life, it comes out as a giant chunk of a cylindrical version of whatever it is you're digging through, and then you just look at the layers of whatever it is, and then it'll tell you whatever the material is. That's a core sampler. When you think drill, or when I think drill, not when I drink drill, when I think drill, then I think something that's going to leave a hole there for you to put your explosive in order to blow up a better area. Like, instead of like what I was doing there with just on the counterweight of my shovel, when I had to place like 12 pieces of explosive, if that drill worked the way I would think it should work, that should be good there. I'm just using the I forgot what the stuff is.
Is that good there? Is that going to put my ass end up too high?
Hang on, let me check here. No, you're good.
Okay.
Antiperspirant. Basically makes my hands not sweat. Keeps everything dry. But yeah, like what I was saying there with what I was the spot that I just blew up with the like 12 or 13 pieces, if not more than that, of TNT. If the drill worked the way that that you would normally think it would work, I should be able to take that drill out that area that I just did, place one piece, and blow up a way bigger area.
they had mentioned something about like grids, like the way you can, so you'd be able to like make a grid for blasting. You know, so you could use the grill and it would like show you where everything was, and then go through, set your dynamite, and then blow it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the grid part. That doesn't really bother me if they have that or not. I just think that if you're gonna make a drill and call it a drill, normally you would think that's the purpose behind it, not a core sampler.
Go ahead. Oh,
Oh yeah, no, it was starting to raise up right here, so I'm trying to cut that out. I've learned on this, don't go back any further. If you're trying to cut, don't go back any further than you want to go. Because if you like try and go back and then run that first little bit you got good, it's gonna just keep screwing up.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Brenner. I use the free build mode to place the TNT inside the rock face, fracture more solid rock. Oh. Never thought about it that way.
Oh, is that where it goes? It goes inside the rock? Every time I do free build, I can never see where it is.
I mean, that makes sense. Gotta move that truck over. Actually, I got quite a confusing clusterfuck going on here with. I got a couple little overhang lips that the shovel is not getting right, and then I'm hitting solid rock, so now it's bouncing all over the fucking place, and. Oh. Okay. Let's go up this shovel. Oh, let's go up the shovel, not off the shovel. It's not a damn launching pad. Because there is... Where is it? One of those typical spots that I found earlier. I'd already got it. The little tiny speck of dirt that'll stop a shovel dead in its tracks. I think I got it. Okay, I did. Try and bring this wall back a little bit just so that that shovel can hit it instead of leaving that little lip. Which I'm probably still going to end up doing anyway, but... I need to move that truck. I'm touching the shovel, it's probably gonna send it flying. Oh, okay, good. Auto saving. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, you can link your Amazon Prime account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up button, it helps the channel out. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. Don't forget to share the stream with anybody and everybody you know that might like this content. And if you want to play on this map, just put in the comments below that you're interested and I will do my best to get you the server info and go from there. All that I ask is that if you do join this map, you operate roller and or truck until deemed competent, because trolls exist. I don't need you wreaking havoc with any of the other equipment, but once deemed competent, I can get you into the bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck for you, and I'll give you the option to paint that truck whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you being on this map. And I'm only just now seeing the message there, Velcro, I think. I'm not sure if I responded to that or not. I don't know how long it's been there either. But I'm not doing too bad. How about you? Use the mouse wheel to adjust depth, according to Brenner, for the TNT. I'll give that a try here once I open up a nice chunk of the solid stone. Right now I've only got a couple little spots, and if it works out like you're saying that it's going to work out, which I have no doubt it will work the way you say it, but I'm just saying I haven't seen it, so I'm going to say it that way. If it works that way, then I will try and open up a bit more of it, or just place the TNT into as soon as I see it, and try and blow up a lot more of it then. So then I can worry less about bringing up solid on this shit, because there's nothing worse than having this thing bouncing around like I was trying to ride a bull. I also need to find out what the button will be on my controller, because I do not use the mouse and keyboard. I could probably use the mouse, I guess, for placing the TNT. Kind of like if I was operating the bagger, I'd end up using the mouse and keyboard now, just so I can stay at a reasonable height, instead of the using my thumb on a joystick and end up turning over to the left and going down a little tiny bit at the same time, so that when it's all said and done I just made a slope instead of a smooth area. Why did that jump? Why is that jumping? That shouldn't be solid rock, that should be the iron. This here is a solid rock, which I'm gonna hit it anyway, but I'm sure it's gonna make me jump. Or not. Make a liar out of me. Sure, why not? I guess if I start digging on blasted rock, it might just automatically assume that it's blasted rock and then just follow through. This spot here is going to be blasted rock first. And then it just suddenly turned into blasted rock. Alright. Some of it did anyway. Or did you just blow all that up?
So yeah, I seen the explosion inside the rock.
I never seen any explosions. All I seen was it went from solid rock to blasted rock.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know.
So we need to get one more inside here.
Learn something new every day.
No, you still need to get there.
I'm gonna wind up digging into this now, and I'm gonna end up coming across a
Yeah,
couple
it seemed like the
holes
concussion come out of the rock.
Yeah, it literally just went from solid rock to blasted rock on my screen, and there's a couple little veins in there that are not that are still solid rock on my screen, but I never seen any explosions. I feel sad I never seen any explosions. It will leave holes, he said. So I'll probably end up finding a few. Since I have literally have the gopher over there in the dozer at this point. Oh, no. Okay, we're probably gonna need to adjust that truck.
How did we go from a bear to a dozer? To a gopher.
Well, you dig lots of holes. All over the place. The gopher bear. That's what you are. The gopher bear.
It's squirrel mode.
Yeah.
I'm looking for nuts.
You're just walking wildlife at this point.
My mother gave me a book for Christmas. It's 20 ways to avoid a bear attack.
Oh, jeez.
Number one, don't go in the fucking woods.
I didn't really.
I can tell you one of them that they're gonna tell you that
how to
I
survive
can,
a freaking bear attack.
Oh, I can tell you one of them that they're gonna tell you to that they're gonna tell you that's a lie, and I know because I done a bear scare course or a bear awareness, wildlife awareness course up here, because we get black bears up here, and they tell you that you're supposed to make a bunch of noise in order to get the bear to go away. Well, both me and my uncle were out fishing, and we know that that is a flat-out fucking lie. I had firecrackers in my tackle kit for that purpose. We set off the firecrackers, and we might as well just set off the fucking dinner bell. Bear was crossing the stream, and we were setting off these firecrackers to try and scare him away, preventing him from coming in our direction. And as we were setting them off, the fucking bear's ears were pointing in our direction like, ooh, what was that noise? And then started heading over in our direction. We didn't stick around long enough to encounter the bear right up close, but we did go down the river a little ways, and there was another person that was down there fishing, and he literally said, that bear got out of that fucking water right next to the area that you were fishing at and walked over in the direction you were firing off the firecrackers. Like, that thing was not scared at all of the noise that we were making. It was literally attracted to the noise that we were making. So when they tell you to just make a lot of noise,
Yes, whenever they'd come to my house, I'd just usually pull off the AR and let off a whole mag, and they would take off.
geez, that's an expensive bear scare you're setting off there.
My neighbor would text me, "Fair." Yep. But yeah, they used to get my trash. I mean, they would destroy my trash cans.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's either your neighbor is sending you a message expecting you to say, like, going bear, and you go, no intruders. Then the next message is how many are left.
Well, because usually it was at them stop, but I had a shooting range behind my house too.
Oh, okay.
So,
So he
where
was
you heard
asking if
just
you were
one
shooting
mag,
or
and
not.
then it was all quiet, nothing more. Yeah.
Broken equipment.
Yeah, I had a 100-yard shooting range behind my house. So needless to say, when I sold my house, some of the neighbors were happy to see me go.
I wonder why. It's like, finally peace and quiet. That's something else I can't look forward to
I go
fast
out there
enough either.
sometimes with tannerite and blow that stuff up.
Oh, so they really loved you as a neighbor, yeah. Like, oh, bear's at it again.
Well, I mean, that was nice. You know, the max size I would do was 3 pounds.
You know, in all honesty, I have no idea whether that's small, big, whatever. Again, I think tannerite's illegal up here, so I'm not.
It's see where I live. It's classified as fireworks.
Oh. Well, they're kind of technically illegal where I'm at too.
Yeah. But yeah, there are people that get in trouble if they do too big of one. It's basically like a disturbing the peace charge.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, do I let off a tiny explosion, or do I let off a thunderous somebody in their kitchen just watched all their dishes fall out of the cupboard explosion? Yeah, I'd understand the disturbing the peace call on some of those.
So I had
Uh.
a friend that he was I don't know, he was probably boy crow flies. He was probably about a third of a mile from my house. But I did a 5-pounder once, and he felt that keep the shockwave from that one. And then I did a 3-pounder, and he said he couldn't feel the 3-pounder. It's all right. So we'll stay with the 3s.
So, found the limit.
I know it ain't going too far.
Yeah. Like, so you found your limit.
But that's how I cleared part of the gun range. I took tannerite and put it at the base of some of the trees and would blow them up.
Oh.
Trees would come down.
Yeah, the area that I live in, basically you have to have a license to have or use firearms, obviously here. But fireworks are illegal, but the main reason behind the fireworks being illegal is because there's too many morons up here that have no fucking idea. And I live, again, in the city of Fort McMurray, which a lot of people around the world already know about this city, because in 2016 it damn near burned down due to a wildfire that they called the Beast. And they found out that a good portion of that and almost 80% of the wildfires that go on around this area were human-made. So they try their hardest to come up with anything to avoid a wildfire, and yeah. Would I be able to help you? Yes, if you you're on Twitch, just put in !Discord. Go and join my Discord, and the server information is there. Again, like I've said before, all that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or proven that you're not a troll. Because trolls exist, and I don't need anybody coming into this map and wreaking havoc. It's too much of a pain to boot your ass out and go back to the old save before you blew the map up.
keep forgetting I got a football game on in the background.
It's one sport I could never get into watching. Technically, I can't get into watching any sport, even hockey. I can occasionally go, if it's on, I can occasionally sit down and watch a game or something, but it's not one of those. I don't get all jittery and, ooh, the game is on. Like, meh.
Yeah. I pretty much used to always be hockey and football.
Last time I really got into it was...
I kind of got bored with football because I was a New England Patriots fan.
I wouldn't know the difference.
I got kind of bored of winning.
Bored of winning? Oh, you're on that team. Okay.
And people try and rag at me, they're like, oh, yeah, they suck. Yeah, so.
I think it'd
Yeah,
be...
we won enough. You know, I got no problem, some other people winning.
I think it'd be, it'd make more sense if you said you watched hockey at least a little bit. It would make more sense if you were saying something like you were a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, that you got bored of the game. Last time that team won a cup, it was black and white television, so, yeah.
Although I do love the rivalry that the Bruins and Montreal used to have forever, but it's not really there anymore.
How the fuck did this thing break again already?
Running it hard?
Well, I am. I'm apparently running it into. I'm running it into hard, solid rock here in some cases. So yeah, I could probably be considered running it hard. But yeah, the last time I watched, I really got into watching hockey was when Boston and Vancouver made it to the Cup. And when they, that was pretty much the extent of it.
That was a good cup.
My father is he's a Montreal Canadiens fan, and I pretty much just inherited becoming a Montreal Canadiens fan. I don't follow it enough to really be able to say, yeah, I know my own team.
Montreal and the Bruins in the 80s. Oh man, I loved it.
That was around, I can't remember if the Philadelphia Flyers were as evil as they were known for at that time, or was that before Philadelphia became, or when they calmed down. Boston probably came in after Philadelphia calmed down, because I know they were just literally a full team of enforcers, essentially.
Yeah, see, we had basically Cam Neely, and then we had Lyndon Byers, so them two on the ice, and Montreal had Knuckles Nyland, and I can't remember who lost. But
Knuckles, the American, was it the last enforcer?
Knuckles
I think
Nyland
they made
wound up going from Montreal to the Bruins.
Yeah,
So it was Knuckles Nyland and Cam Neely one season.
Yeah, I think they made a show on, I want to say Netflix. I think it's called The Last Enforcer or something like that, when they talk about him. I mean, they essentially talk about how useful the enforcers are in the game, and the fucking the guy who's running the NHL now, Bettman, one that gets booed every single time he comes out onto the ice. He's the he's trying to get fighting out of the game, and the only reason that the Las Vegas Knights exist is because the guy is a money-grabbing piece of shit. All he did was say, hey, people will watch this game here, so we're gonna make a team, period. Like, you think Las Vegas, you might as well put a fucking hockey rink in the middle of the fucking desert and say people will come and do something there too. Like, that's essentially what he did, putting a team in Vegas. He only did it for the money. He didn't do it for the actual love of the game. Every other team out there exists because of the people that are in that city actually love the game and wanted their own team. The Vegas Knights are only there because of the fact that it's a city that Batman thinks will just make money. It's a giant fucking money
Well, gentlemen, it was a short one for me. The old lady's home, so.
pit. Okay.
Time for me
That's
to
all right.
hop off.
Have a good
You guys-
evening. Merry Christmas.
Are you guys going to be on tomorrow evening, or?
I will be on. So an hour and a half ago, I started my stream, and I'll be on the same time tomorrow. I forgot to push the pedal. Like I was saying on my stream, I started my stream an hour and a half ago. That's the time I'll be on tomorrow.
Okay, okay.
But have a good one, all the same.
Okay. Good night, guys. Happy Christmas. Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, look, I found one of Bear's gopher holes.
What? Oh. Prospector Tunnel.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that was one of your TNT holes that you literally just blew up.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You would think that it wouldn't leave a void like that. If you're going from solid rock to blowing up a piece of TNT, it's not going to leave that. It's going to have a crumbled in area or a concave pit area, but that would also involve gravity, so I don't know. Alright, so, Sado Gamer, I'm guessing at this point in time you're probably still looking for the map, and I got a feeling I'm probably gonna have to just get you to send me a friend request on Steam, and I'll accept it, and then you can join on my name. You're just gonna have to tell me when you've done that, and I'll go get that taken care of. I mean, I'm not too far away from actually getting to the old pit either. If I was to keep on going this way, which I think I might just go right to the pit and then do my zigzag thing from this side and work my way over to the other side. Oh yeah, Bear. Did you ever get it? Where's the storage for gravel on this, or is gravel just a throwaway thing now?
Remember those two that are inside where you throw the gold into?
Okay.
Those two storage?
Yeah.
Those two storage, you do pass through off, and then it collects the gravel. Those can collect the gravel. You just got to do the pass through off, so it goes into the storages.
Okay.
Because right now the way it's set, gravel goes right through them into the frother, and then it turns it into, you know, it pulls the iron and the aluminum and everything out of it.
Auto saving. Well, while I'm waiting for that, let's see if Steam.
Go shut this other coal vent off for that conveyor belt I'm not using.
All right. Well, Bear, if you happen to have any extra TNT on you, you want to blow up some of the other little...
I do not. I just had a couple. I can do it for you.
I mean, I got 84 TNT on me here. I'll just put it on the inventory of this thing if you want to take it off.
I hate it when it does that. It's not going to the inventory for it. It just opens up my inventory.
So this machine doesn't have extra parts or anything
It
on it?
doesn't open up machines.
Oh.
It does it for me sometimes. Like, see if I go into this, if I can get the inventory. Yeah, I'm in the inventory of this one now.
Try again then.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I can't. It's not going in it. All right. Well, I get a couple already.
Okay.
You want it on the bottom or just on the wall?
That one there that you're standing at, and then this one here. I'm not worrying about the one there at the wall. But it's impeding my ability to make a flat spot, so. Alright. Thank you.
What's that?
Kind of left a circular void somewhat in the ground.
God, I got dirt in my pocket.
But JD, if you're still in here, I did accept your friend request on Steam. I don't know if you were paying attention to that part when it popped up, or if it even pops up anymore. But it's done there, so if you ever want to join the map, just go ahead and do so. And just mention to me, because there's several people now that are saying that they want to join, haven't joined yet, or in the process of doing it. So if I do not have a truck made, or a truck bought for you to be able to paint, or if you don't have a truck here yet, just tell me and I'll do that. Merry Christmas, Underjolt. You're having a good one. I didn't realize I was digging into a chunk of Swiss cheese. Watching streams, Stranger Things, and playing Out of Ore. Sounds interesting. Good one. I have
Careful that squirrel running by.
I technically had my Christmas like last week. All my family are essentially working during Christmas, so we had our Christmas early. So today, to me, is technically just another day, but it's going good. It started at 5 o'clock this evening. The wife is also working. She's working nights. So... But I can't complain. Yesterday was probably the news that I was looking for the most that I got, so... I don't know if you tuned in with me telling everybody before that I've been looking to get... I've been basically fighting to get disability ever since about 2021, 2022. And I finally got the phone call yesterday that there's a very, very, very good chance I will be getting it. So... What PC controller do you like? The controller that I use is a SCUF controller, which is Xbox. But SCUF themselves have PC, Xbox, and PlayStation controllers. But personally, myself, SCUF. They're not the cheapest. Just fair warning, they are not cheap. But as far as I'm concerned, you definitely get what you pay for. You can remap all of your buttons on the controller if you wanted to, and if you did play first-person shooter games and stuff like that and wanted to do it with the controller instead of mouse and keyboard, the triggers themselves can actually be set to almost like fast trigger. It's a modded controller instead of modding your game, where I could literally set this trigger to that is the function instead of that. So that would work, and I don't have to do that much with it. And that's just by a little controller on the back of it. But yeah, personally myself, SCUF is the brand I use. The Xbox Elite controller, I think is what it's called, works just as good. My wife actually uses my Xbox Elite controller that I had, and it works just as good for her.
Yeah, those scuffs, they're 225, aren't they?
They're a couple $100 a piece, yeah. They're not cheap. But you can adjust
you can,
joystick
the double
heights.
joysticks
Yeah.
are going for about 200.
And you can adjust your joystick height. You can set your triggers to be either ultra sensitive or not so sensitive, whatever you want to do. And like I said, you can remap your buttons to whatever button you want to do. And they also have on the bottom of the controller, so on the front of the controller you've got your 4 buttons. On the bottom of the controller you can use these to control those 4 buttons, so your thumbs don't have to come off of the joysticks. Which is why every now
You
and
get the
again...
2 or the 4 on the bottom.
4.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is why every now and again you'll notice that I accidentally hop out of the vehicle, because that button is set on the back of the controller, and when I happen to squeeze the controller to do something else, then I sometimes accidentally hit that button and it makes me jump out of the machine. Alright, I think that truck is full. Like I said, I didn't realize I was digging into a giant chunk of Swiss cheese. Got holes all over the place here.
You keep coming across holes from the dynamite?
Yeah. Well, if you come over here now, you'll notice, like, it looks like the cliff people, the villages that had where they build into the mountains. Well, it looks like the beginning of that over here.
Yep.
How's it going, Raving? Oh, jeez.
Got a hard head.
I heard had doing a pretty good job there. So Steam seems to be up and running pretty good there now. Yesterday it was down. They were probably doing some massive Christmas update or something that they needed to do. That's probably why it went down. Or every game on their platform did a Christmas update and it crashed it or something. That might also be. Again! It's almost time to retire this thing at this point. Buy a new one. Hopefully it'll work better. Okay, not long work. Perhaps having a cup of tea. Okay. Well, enjoy your cup of tea, and you enjoy the stream. And Merry Christmas. Even though I think it's probably past Christmas for you now. It's the day after. So I think you were saying you were over in the UK. Oh look, found another gopher hole. Too bad I couldn't just put something like way more aggressive teeth on this machine or something to make it just cut through the solid stone.
That'd be nice.
Or it could be like out on site where they actually could just pick out the rock. Like if it's a big enough rock, you just pick it up and move it. And they've actually found a few out there that were perfectly cylindrical rocks. Pretty neat. And they say that they have shovels like this size shovel out there that's trying to break them, putting all of the weight of the machine down on it and everything, and they don't do anything at all. Don't even move. So it kind of works like an egg at that point. Actually, once I think about it, I think I forgot to put hashtag scuff on my list of the potential sponsors. That dingbat decided to come in here and talk to me about. At the beginning of all my videos, I have all basically a hashtag and then a brand name on it. Guy comes in here, he's like, "Are you sponsored by all of these people?" I was like, "No, not sponsored by them, but I'm not gonna, like, promoting them gives them a chance of possibly..." What's on your shelves behind you? I've got dragon statues, skull statues, and essentially all that kind of stuff, actually. And then on right here, that is a 3D printed, just like the one just below it. That is a 3D printed Warhammer, I want to say Vanguard helmet that I can actually put on in, it actually fits my head because I set it up to fit my head. I I actually put I basically broke up an old headset that had the headphones and kind of what I would say stupid glued them to the inside of it and made it fit. So I could actually put that helmet on and turn my head back and forth and around and all of that, and it doesn't scratch the living hell out of my shoulders or rest on my shoulders. It actually rests on my head. The extreme amateur way of doing it, not like the ones that you see on YouTube where they put all the magnets and all that kind of stuff into them. I also have another one of those on the very top of my the dragon statue shelf, but that was my second print. The first print is the one that was down on the bottom shelf to my left. That one was too small for my giant head, and then I printed one at 130%. So if the one down on the bottom is 100%, I printed that one at 130. And I could probably stick 2 of my heads into that one. That thing is massive. So I did a 120%, which is the black and gray one there. And the reason that it's that color is because I ran out of the blue, gold, and pure white. And it fits my head properly. So... yeah, I'm a dragon and skull fanatic, I like to say. I mean, that's the way my logo was going to be. It was either going to be a skull or a dragon, and I kind of found a happy medium in the picture that I have. I would say it's more like a dragon than a skull, but it's still more demonic than anything else, but yeah. It's basically my my fallback for anybody that buys me like gifts of something. It's like if they don't know what to get me, and just if you find anything that's a dragon or a skull, then by all means, not a real skull. Absolutely not. But like, I don't need no World War II fucking trophies. And yes, they exist. World War I, World War II trophies where they actually had people's skulls cleaned and graffitied, and then they sent them back to their loved ones as a... which was acceptable at the time, so... but it's definitely not something that I actually want on my shelf behind me. And if I was to ever come across something like that, it would go in a display case and it wouldn't be showing behind me. Cool, my kind of stuff. Love dragons and skulls. I used dragon for mine. Yeah. Well, I made the investment when it comes to my gamer tag and my my scene, like my camera overlay and all that stuff. I made the investment on getting somebody to do that for me. Yes, it was before ChatGPT was popular and people could just go in and be like, hey, random computer program, do work for me. So I ended up getting somebody to do it. Alright, I gotta go up there and hammer that down. But yeah, the helmet that's behind me, I originally went and looked up the chaplain's helmet. Naturally, like I said, I'm a skull fanatic, and when I seen the chaplain's helmet, the first thing I thought of is I must have it. I have a 3D printer here, I might as well see if I can utilize it. And all the programs that I found were either insanely expensive to just buy a fucking file. You pay for the file. All the power to the people that made them, because I mean it's not just a simple just download it and go. They made those files, they made that program, whatever. So all the power to them to charge what they're worth. It was just way too rich for my blood. But yeah, so I went and found out that there was a Vanguard one that somebody had on there that was a free, I think it was a free file, and if it wasn't a free file, it was actually a cheaper file. And I just went ahead and started 3D printing it. Got through 3 different phases of it and finally found the one that fit my head the proper way. And that's what I came up with there. And then after I found out that it fit my head the right way, I decided I was going to go and try and get it to fit a little bit better. So I've got like sound dampening foam and things like that I put into it that kind of makes it fit better, makes it softer to put on my head instead of cutting it away. And if anybody knows about how 3D printing like parts are, a lot of the edges are not as smooth as you would expect. They actually come out really sharp. So there's spots on there that I have to put a little bit of that foam around it in order for it to not cut my neck or cut my shoulders. Time to get rid of the gopher hole here. And auto-saving. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime link and your account is linked, you get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me if you want. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to click that thumbs up button. It helps out the channel greatly. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that we are playing on with us, then just put in the comments below that you're interested, and I will go through the painful process of getting you the server info and adding you in here and being able to get you into the map. I say painful process because it seems everybody has had a little bit of an issue trying to get in here at some point in time. A way harder issue when I try and put a custom logo on my stuff. But, well, yeah, that was fun. And then, as I would like to request though, if you do join the map, I would ask that you operate just a truck and or roller until deemed competent to drive the equipment. Because trolls exist, I would rather you operate that. You can't wreak as much havoc with the truck and or roller. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying it's difficult. And then once deemed competent, I can get you into bigger and better equipment. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck for you to paint whichever colors you want to paint it, and that truck will be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And don't forget to share the stream with anybody and everybody you know that might like this content. Again, the more the merrier. Alright, I got that done. That's not full yet. Dig in there. Good. Alright. Now back to the regular programming of me digging a hole with equipment. So I'm gonna have to get rid of the giant cones of the second hole that that my server Gopher decided to dig. Yeah, cheesecake break. Okay, send some my way. I got cookies. Wife decided to bake cookies. It's not as good as cheesecake, and she would be another one to admit that too. But still cookies. Hang this bucket, and I'm gonna adjust that truck to park properly. Actually, no, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna try and scoop. One. Yeah. Scoop this, hang the bucket so that I can get this truck to back in here, and then I can get him to drive around the regular way. I say the regular way as if there was a direction. So the direction that I think would be going up, the ramp that goes up would be where Bear is, and the ramp coming down is where I am. And that might change. I mean, the ramp is wide enough, I'm pretty sure that we could get 2 trucks on that ramp at the same time without having a problem. So I would say I use some 3 art for mine, but I made it to do what it does, if you know what I'm trying to say. I have to actually see what the picture is. Well, what the hell is that? Somebody get a hold of your mic there, Bear, or is your mic
Hot
all
chocolate
messed
down
up?
the wrong throat.
Oh. Some 3 art for mine, but I made it do what it does. Oh, you're, so I'm guessing, again, I have 4 monitors. I have 2 streams up on one monitor. I have the other stream and Discord on another monitor. My actual stream up on another monitor and game on another one. So everything is kind of tiny except for the text. So I can't exactly see your picture, but you did say that it is a dragon, so I'm guessing breathing fire or the wings flapping or something on it, doing what it needs to do. So that's my guess on that one, and if that's the case, that's pretty cool. But I'd love to have mine be able to do something like that, but at the same time, setting that up, everything that I would try and put that on, that file would be too big. Kind of like everything else that I seem to be trying to figure out. Every time I try and send my file to anywhere, it's always saying that that's too fucking big. I have to bring it down to a 2 megabit or whatever size file, and then it complicates things. Or just taking the file that's supposed to be a PNG and turning it into a F or a J something, whatever the other fucking random 3 letters are. Makes it complicated and doesn't work. Now, I'm pretty sure this chunk in front of me is iron, not solid stone. Hopefully. Just to still pick what I wanted. What do you say? Yeah. Yeah, even the picture that I have, if I try and, well, for instance, the original, in order to put a customized company logo in this game, that picture has to be a certain size. And even just taking the regular picture that I have and trying to put it there, it says that that file is too big. Same thing with, like in Discord, for instance, to just take my gamer pick and put it in there, I had to adjust the file there in order for that to work. Or putting it on Instagram, all the other social platforms. In order to do that, I had to change the fucking file to be a certain size. Or I had to crop the picture down in order for it to be that certain size in order for it to work. It's like it was a wicked pain in the ass. I just fucked myself over. Alright, I think the truck is full. Hang another bucket so that I know where to park it. Got some rough terrain over here. think it's going to take me that much longer to actually get to the old pit. Once I start getting through this section, that's the tall section, and then I get into what's essentially been blown up over there and already brought down to a level. Once I break into that, it's not going to take me long to continue digging. Each swipe takes however long it takes to do. And then once I move up a little bit more, that's going to get cut in half, and then so will the time that it takes for me to dig. So I don't think it's going to take me too long to get over there once I break through this little section here. Unless, of course, I just come up on hard or solid stone. Because that there is what's going to slow me down now. Will be the solid stone part. I think I might be hitting a couple spots of it there. I don't know if that's solid stone or copper. Or not the copper, the iron. That might be the iron. truck is full, so I'm going to hang another bucket. Go dump that, and then I'm going to probably come up here and get rid of this chunk that seems to be getting in my way. While probably getting rid of some other chunks that are around there too. A little bit smoother. I should probably move over a little bit more. I think I only got a couple scoops left, and then I'm gonna have to move the shovel, and I'm probably gonna end up moving the shovel just enough to where that's gonna fit. Now, before I did that, get rid of that OCD moment. Go up here and flatten out that other spot, the overhang chunks there. That are only fit for the world of Harry Potter and not this game. Wonder, can I get to there from here? Damn it. Try again. Got it. Okay. Can I get up there from here? Maybe. Okay. Get rid of that before it turns into an issue. Yeah, I don't have too far to go before I get to the pit. Oh, that's even less there. Did I ever get the chunks that were up here? Yes, I did, because this mound that I'm currently hitting right now is what I added in order to do that. That's right. I remember. Okay. That little spot that I was hammering down on the bottom was where our gopher decided to take a little trip up, and then he dug it out with the rest of it. Just take a quick step down there, pack down the edges that are all overhanging and jagged and stuff, and make it look a little better. Good enough. Alright. Can I make it up there? Yep. So yeah, I got about the length of, I'd say twice the length of the shovel that I'm running before I get into the pit from here. So I think I'm just gonna keep digging this all the way to the pit. Probably clean up and go a little bit more over this way until I get to that wall. Once I get to that wall, then I'll turn 90, dig that way until I get a good chunk coming out of that. Then turn 90 again, head back there, 90, and go back this way and that way and this way and that way until this is all opened up, and then go down a tier. Unless we get more people in here that eventually get to the point where they can operate the shovel. And when they operate the shovel, then we can get basically just get more shovels down in the ground. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna move the cones yet. Actually I will. I'll move this one. And leave that one for now. Alright, back to digging. Oh, I parked the truck too close. Hopefully it's not going to be that bad. Hopefully I can get the last few scoops in here, and then I'm just going to move the shovel ahead anyway. I believe I am bumping the truck. Oh no, I'm not actually. Okay, must have just been an uneven ground made the shovel shake a little bit. I must say, unless there is actually blasted rock in the ground, if everything here that is blasted rock was solid rock until you hit it with the TNT, that got some distance. That TNT really penetrated the ground pretty hard for the for that solid rock. And I'm pretty sure that right there is solid rock. All of the stuff up in that little cleared area. But it could also be aluminum or copper or something like that too, so there's a different color in everything in here, but some of them are so close that you can't tell which one's which. Autosave. Alright. Well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you are on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, give it a thumbs up. It helps the channel out. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on this map that we're playing on, just put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info to join. All that I ask is that you operate a truck and or roller, because trolls exist. So do that until deemed competent to operate the equipment, or proven that you are not a troll. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the option as to what to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And if you could, share the stream with anybody and everybody you know that might like this content. The more the merrier. More people watching the stream, the better. And now back to digging a hole. Go to the side here, get the bucket out. Forward a little, and dig again. Now I should have another cut available, and I should still be able to reach this truck. Perfect. This truck is almost full. Not full. And yes, this shovel is loading the 500 series, the newest truck in the, let's say in the patch, I wouldn't say the DLC, because the DLC is the baggers. The truck, I'm pretty sure, was just part of the update. But that shovel is loading it quite well. And I would say loading it realistically, because technically when you get a shovel loading one of these haul trucks, you're not supposed to load it from the front. Like that, the bucket is not supposed to pass over the cab of the truck when you're actually loading one in real life. So being the height that it is, the way you're able to load it, you're almost unable to load it from the front anyway. You'll bounce off of it and send it in a big spin. I like to say turning it into a rocket ship and turning your operator into a fucking astronaut. But it's loading it quite fine. The only thing in real life in comparison, this shovel would dwarf that haul truck. This shovel would make that truck look tiny. Like this loading here, the truck in itself would actually be the height of the truck would actually probably be closer to this height here. This shovel operator would actually be able to look into the box of the or down into the box of the truck, kind of like the way my view is with this camera, where I can look down into the box of the truck. The actual shovel operator would be able to do the same thing in real life. Because in reality, you actually do have to have space. Like with this all the way up, and that bucket comes down, you see how it actually hits on the tailgate and things like that. Obviously, real life, that can't happen. So, stuff like that has to get... It would have to be bigger. But again, it's a video game, and like I've said before, they did one hell of a job, an awesome job making this. There's a lot of stuff in this game that resemble reality quite well. There's a couple things that don't, but the things that don't, I would say, resemble this is a video game quite well. And my only gripe that I have is needing functional mirrors. This game does not. If it had functional mirrors and the ability to gear up and down your hydraulics, then I would say this game has everything that's... Ah, the blinding light, natural light, get it off me. Should go get my sunglasses now. But this game does have a lot going for it right now. It's actually, I find it very entertaining. Obviously, there's a few of you guys that are finding it very entertaining, watching me finding it very entertaining. So, and being that I am around the, my background consists of being around this type of stuff. Like my previous employment and all of that kind of stuff was around all of this equipment. And I can tell you that a lot of it resembles reality pretty good. Another thing off the top of my head I think they could work on, not a big deal, but if you go from, let's say, like I'm scooping up blasted rock right now, and then all of a sudden I'm scooping into, that would be pay dirt, you don't feel any consistency difference. Like it all feels like the exact same dirt. The only thing that does change is the solid rock to anything else. Solid rock, your machine basically can't cut it, so it's gonna bounce in and around it. So I think they could think or work on maybe making the consistency of the different materials that you're cutting into feel different on the machine. And I say feel different, like your machine will cut through, let's say, blasted rock a little bit longer than what it would cut through pay dirt or the iron ore or something like that. Like it just take longer to actually cut through it. Clearly you're not going to feel any difference, but you can visualize the difference. Like this thing is just set on a certain speed and then that's it. And you can either cut through it or you can't. Period. But again, not a deal breaker, not a big deal if that was never ever thought about and never ever implemented. This game is still awesome. Alright, I think the truck is full. And I think in the process of that, I may get out and blow up a couple pieces of that solid rock for the next time around too. Because that's going to get quite tedious and turn into quite the pain in my ass to try and scoop out around it. I've almost fully uncovered another gopher hole. Yeah, truck's close enough to full. Where'd the bear go? Oh, bear's up there. Spectating. You're looking around seeing if I could spot him. Couldn't see him. That's because his name was actually above my visual. Until I went up onto the ramp. Let's give this a spray. Keep all the equipment nice and clean. And I was going to, and completely forgot, hopped in the machine and continued on anyway. I was going to blow up that piece of solid stone that's there. Right there, under the bucket. Dump this bucket and then move ahead. What the fuck? Why? How did that happen? Oh, it looks like I'm digging down. What a big surprise there. Like I said before, when I'm operating this shovel, I'm either digging gradually up or gradually down. Unless I want to start taking little tiny bites out of the wall that I'm doing, then that's the only way that that's the way it'll turn out. Either that or the truck is on an angle and I don't know it. No, I'm pretty sure I'm digging down. Should be good. Let's see if I can't try and get this more level so that when I start digging I can actually be cutting in a more horizontal movement. Not gonna start the I'm not using that F word. It's horizontal, not the F word. Because there's no such thing in this game. I'm back to operating the teeter-totter instead of the friggin' shovel. Kinda wishing I had the patience to set up the blocks to be able to cut this a lot smoother. Make it a lot more level. Now, is that solid rock or is that something else? Pretty sure it's solid rock. Yep, solid rock. Fuck. Oh, that was lovely. My tracks all spun around. I have to get rid of those cones. 'Cause I'm about to scoop up one of them. Can I get this one, I wonder? Harry Potter Land cone. is full. I got a feeling either Bear hasn't said anything in a long time, or he's been muted the whole time and stuff happened to coordinate so that it sounded like I was answering him or saying something that he happened to mention. Oh, he's still standing up there, so he's on a break. Let's take this up here. I'm pretty sure I still have the TNT on the shovel. There. There. That's all iron for now, I think. Yeah, I think that's all iron. Autosaving. On that note, I can go climb up that mountain and get down those pylons. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that like button. It helps out the channel. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, every little bit is appreciated. And if you want to play on this map with us, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you are interested. Obviously, you have to have the game downloaded. And all that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent to drive the equipment. And then after that, I can get you into bigger and better equipment. It's also to prevent trolls. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and I will give you the option to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. If you could share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that would like this kind of content, the more the merrier, the more the better. And now that spiel done, kaboom. I think that worked pretty good. Looks like the surface of the moon now. Awesome. It's just another friggin' gopher hole. Yep, gopher hole. I might as well see if I can back up enough to where I can see the TNT. How far away is it? Okay, I will place it there. And kaboom. There. Should work. A little bit. Oh, I placed the TNT back pretty far by the looks of things. Okay. Get rid of that before that turns into an issue later. So I think I might be doing pretty good when it comes to heading towards the wall. That is more solid rock I will dispose of. Alright. Yes, I'm still probably going to end up hitting some of the solid rock, but shouldn't be hitting it as much now. I just got to clean up the mess that I've caused, and should be good then. Kinda can't wait until I get this chunk of heavy metals out of the way so I can make this look a little bit cleaner. I don't like the holy look. I like this Swiss cheese surface of the moon look, whatever one you want to talk about. I don't like it. And without sitting here and spending all day just trying to fill in and flatten out the areas that I just blew up, I'm just gonna scoop it out of here and hopefully it'll just disappear. But the way this ground is, like the way the texture and the look of it, I'm finding it hard every now and again to differentiate between the edge of where the wall is and where the floor of the pit is. Like trying to bring the shovel in to scoop, I'm having a hard time finding out where the floor is to the wall. actually digging down too far for that spot. Gonna end up digging up a lip almost. I think. So how's everybody's Christmas going? Or gone? Or did? How was it? How is it? Whatever time zone differential you're in. Like I've said about mine, it's I had my Christmas basically last week, due to the fact that all of my family here are essentially working now. So didn't have the time to really do Christmas this time this year, so we did it last week. I'm actually still wondering if I should be digging in the direction that my tracks are pointing, or if I should continue on towards the pit from here. Anybody has any ideas? Then I'm all for them. The truck is full. continue on into the pit. While at the same time I need to adjust because my tracks got moved while I was doing that. I think I'm lined up pretty much where I need to be already. Now hang this bucket, go empty the truck. And I will be right. Nope, hang on. Hey, Gorok's been lurking for a bit. How you doing? Not doing too bad. Yeah, just digging holes. But I will be right back. I'm thinking actually maybe if I keep doing the direction that I'm going towards the pit, maybe give Bear any kind of excuse to use the bagger and he'll use it. Maybe he'll take that bagger and clean off the side that's the shelf kind of thing right here. Like the blue bagger up there is on one shelf, red bagger's on another, his conveyor belt's on another, and then there's another one that goes down, and then one that I'm sitting on. Maybe, because I know that bagger can tear up the entire shelf that I'm sitting on in one swipe, and the shelf that's above that in one swipe. Maybe he can cut out both of them at the same time kind of thing once he gets up there kind of ready. And I'll still end up taking out like everything from basically the shelf that my bucket is almost touching, from there all the way over to the other side wall. I'll take all of that out. Just bought the 681 bucket excavator, but I must say I feel I could get more done with the L3235 loader. Experiencing similar. Material removal wise, your bucket wheel is definitely will definitely remove a lot more material faster. You feel like you're removing more material with the loader, but trust me, you're not. I'm pretty quick with the loader as far as I think when it comes to removing materials, and I can tell you that the bagger or the bucket wheel, whichever one you want to call it, removes a lot more material a lot faster. Like what I've spent the better part of so far, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and I've only cleared out, I pretty much had this cut in a little tiny bit, like a little bit. So my shovel was probably sitting where this is, and that's 3.5 hours worth of work getting to where I am now. Maybe a little bit more material when I got in here, but that's 3.5 hours worth of work. That bagger would do that in half that time, if not even less than half of that time. Like, it moves material really quickly. I personally just don't find it entertaining enough. But if I needed to move material really quickly, or let's say I got to a point where it's like I just really want to get rid of that entire top layer of something and have to go a good distance with it, then I'd hop in the bagger, and that bagger will do it without an issue. But yeah, moving material wise, the bagger will do it a hell of a lot quicker than what the loader will. Not a problem. Anytime. I think the most time-taking part of the bagger would actually be trying to set up either your conveyor system, or if you're hauling it with trucks, then the driving of the truck. The bagger moving the material, there's no no competition when it comes to how much material that thing can move and how fast it can do it. Yeah. See, I kind of set this map up to where I'm playing, like, lately I haven't been playing it solo. I've had a couple people on at least at a time. But I did set it up to where I'm able to play solo without a problem, and if anybody wanted to join, then I'd have no problem with that either. Nothing left to cut here. Alright, well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do, depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, every little bit is appreciated. And if you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, just type in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll get you the server info. And all that I ask is that you operate a truck and or roller, because trolls exist. And I will, until deemed competent or proven that you are not a troll, that's what I would prefer. You can cause less havoc with the roller and or truck. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck for you to paint whatever color you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And if you could, share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. Every little bit helps, and every little bit is also appreciated with that. Over that. Good. Okay. Let's try. too close. Maybe that'll work. Hopefully. Still too close. Hopefully. I mean, if I go any friggin' farther away, I'm not going to be even able to dump into the truck. I have to do. Nope. Fuck. Very finicky fucking system. Alright. Try not to send the shovel into a tizzy again. Now if that don't work, I don't know what I'm gonna do. this truck is full. So I'm gonna leave that there. Go dump it. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, I think it's around this time that I'm gonna start, that people are gonna start dropping off. Really trying to play the stream schedule thing by ear here. I don't know if that's even filling up anymore or not. I don't know if I'm just basically dumping that into the void zone. It almost looks like it's just deleting it. Are you able to fully fill a truck by basically dumping it on the tailgate in this game, I wonder? Or is it just going to get to a certain full limit and then... Or do I want to continue possibly going downhill the way I'm going? I think I'm gonna move this truck ahead. I should. I think I should start going that way. See. I think I'm gonna end up doing this one ass backwards, but that's what it is. Oh, it's funny. Got these tires looking like recaps. There's one thing you do not get. It's a haul truck with recaps. It doesn't exist. They get repaired, but they don't get recapped. actually think the truck is full. So I'll hang another bucket here and then dump that and do the same thing I've been doing. Do think that I picked the right way to go though. Because I am starting to, looks like I'm starting to go downhill. So my shovel is just barely able to hit that crest there. So if I continue on this level and go that way, then when I'll get over to the other end, I'll be able to turn around and try and keep it so that only this little tiny corner kind of went down into the ground. That's the idea. Whether that's actually what ends up happening is a completely different story, but we'll see. I also got a feeling I'm going to start bouncing around here too, because I believe that is solid rock. Oh, it's blasted. It's also blasted rock. But is it blasted rock, or is it only blasted rock because I hit it with the pickaxe and that's what it goes into my inventory as? Because this is blasted rock. I got a feeling that's solid rock. And I'm gonna end up bouncing around on it. Oh, that's copper. Okay. So the difference... That right there is blasted rock. That's copper. And that there I think is iron. Jeez. think the spot that I'm hitting is going to have some solid stone. So I might end up bouncing around a little bit here. Right there. Fuck off. What is it? The teeth dug into it now? Okay. Fix that. Actually, I think I might as well. I'm gonna go grab the loader. If I can find a loader. A loader, the loader. Try and make a little bit more even ground area for me to continue digging down there. mess and I fucking cured. Let me see if it'll work. Just for shits and giggles. Oh, I think it did. What? That don't make sense. the hell? I must put too much on? No, actually I just put it off to the side the wrong way. Alright, well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, helps the channel out greatly. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that we're currently playing on with us, then just put in the comments below that you're interested. You obviously have to have the game downloaded. All that I ask, because trolls exist, is that you drive truck and or roller until deemed competent or proven that you are not a troll. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the option to paint it whatever color you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And if you could, share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. So I think after this little fuck up here, I am probably gonna stick to just dumping it in the hopper. Even though technically this here is on top of the belt, it should run through. Well, my mic is adjusted to its max volume at this point, so there's no way that I can turn it up. I hate to say that there's nothing that I can do, but there's nothing that I can do. My mic is set on maximum sensitivity, to the point where somebody out in the hallway of this apartment building happens to squeak their door. I can see that my mic picks it up. But whether you can hear me or not is a different story, but there's nothing that I can really do about it. Oh, thanks for coming around. Soup. And I think that's it there. So yeah, I think from now on, anytime I bring that loader up here, I am going to dump it in the hoppers and not bother putting it on the belts. I know it was kind of easier to just drive straight up there, dump on there, but because of the mess that I caused, I really don't want to mess around with that no more. And just thinking about it, you mentioned not as loud on this video, as in I was louder on previous ones. Considering I haven't adjusted my volume on anything since I pretty much set this system up. And that wasn't yesterday. Does it look like somebody has a... Is that really what I think it is? Yes, I just finished the last video and my volume was at 1/4, now at 1/2. Oh, okay. Everybody, the roller, that is the equivalent of wearing reflective vest and camouflage pants. You either want it smooth or you don't. You can't have both. Apparently, whoever made this machine wanted both. Chains on your tires on a fucking roller. So I think what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna try and smooth out enough room for me to get that shovel up on here. And I might line up my tracks going, so driver's side to passenger side of the loader I'm currently sitting on, going that way. And then I'm just gonna try and cut out what the bucket is pointing at until I get to either where that dozer is sitting, get kind of close to that, or I might just continue until I hit that wall where the GPS is pointing. I'm either going to get that wall, or I'm going to try and hit this wall here where that dozer is sitting with the shovel. But right now I'm trying to get this as smooth as I can get it, because as you can see where the shovel is currently sitting now, I'm kind of working my way downhill, and I don't like doing that because the up sweep is only, it's just missing the top of this. So I want to start up here where I can get a full sweep, and then hopefully keep it somewhat flat. Yes, I know I'm swearing and using the F word there, but hopefully keep it somewhat flat in this area, and see how that goes. But using this loader, I can get that pretty good anyway. I should move that truck over and just load it with this thing, but oh well. Is what it is. This one swipe here, one more here. Should be good there now. And once I think about it there, CRS Fab, it could have something to do with the fact that all I gotta do is move my mic a little bit closer to my face. Sometimes the mic might change it just enough to be like that. I mean, what can you expect from a mic off Wish? Not everybody can afford the extremely expensive mics that work perfectly and catch your voice in every tone. Actually, I think what I can do here, at least make it look a little more Not gonna really say presentable, but might as well go right to the end of the wall with it. There. That works. Actually, I could probably, if I could find any. I use the clear drive 220 by. The mic that I have is unlabeled. I have no idea what it is. I mean, like I said, when I originally started off streaming, well, I had that little snowball mic. That was the first mic that I had. But it was a table mounted one, like one that you just sit in front of you on the table. I didn't like that. I would prefer one with an arm that I could move closer to my face. And then, and at that time it was literally just hooked right up to the computer, so there was no real no adjustment whatsoever. It was whatever that mic had to give me was all that I had for it. Then I got the Go XLR Mini for, it was like Christmas or something like that, I can't remember, one of them. And then I was able to adjust this mic. And now I have that. I have the Stream Deck to be able to do a bunch of other stuff there, and that's pretty much it. But as for adjusting the mic itself, I haven't been able to figure it out with the Go XLR Mini. All I know is I plug it in, and I've been able to set my sensitivity and things like that. But as for adjusting the ability to get my perfect voice, as they put it, I haven't been able to mess around with it. I don't have the patience to mess around with it that long to try and get that set up. But worst case, if you're watching the video, you have to turn the volume up a little bit or a lot, then either that or I just have to adjust my mic and put it closer to my face, I'm just not going to be screaming. Even if I wasn't living in an apartment building, I don't think I'd be... I'm not the type that's going to be screaming and yelling kind of stuff. It's just... my energy might go up a little bit more when I'm not a... what word am I looking for? Brain isn't wanting to work right now. Thinking more about other people than just myself, when even though the people that live in this apartment building that I live in don't have that same mentality as I do, but I have less disrespect for everybody in the building than what they have for everybody else except for themselves, I guess is the best way to put it. Alright, I'm gonna try and get rid of that little bit of a lip that's hanging out over on this wall, and then I'm gonna stage up that shovel and start using it. Bear must have fell asleep up there. I think that's good. It's a little bit rocky, but actually, gonna put this in here. I've driven past that thing enough times now, seeing it in the condition that it's in. Better. I'll stage the shovel up here. I gotta move this truck first. Guess I'll dump it. Okay, scoop, hang a bucket, and line up the truck. Go actually hop up there and get that little lump of dirt so that I can... actually stage the truck there. And I gotta go get that lump of dirt. That little tiny lump of dirt has enough stopping power to stop one of these from backing up or going forward, so... I definitely have to get it. And I know this because there was one day I was trying to back up one of my shovels into a staging area over there and it wouldn't back up and I was wondering why the hell not, and I moved it left and right of basically the lump of dirt I couldn't see, backed it up fine, so I started getting aggravated and backed it right up to it, hopped on the machine to look and see, and it was a little splinter of dirt. A little tiny one. It was just enough to screw it up completely. Yeah. So, auto saving. I think I'm trying to do my spiel every second autosave instead of every save, so I'm sure you guys do not want to hear me spiel out my entire like and follow stuff every half hour. As much as it might benefit me a little bit, it might hinder the entertainment value and may cause people to leave. So I figure I will not do that, or I'll try not to. Some chances of me remembering whether I did it this time around or the next time around kind of thing is a completely different story as well. I think if I at least keep it like this, keep it clean, then it shouldn't mess up too bad on me. But I think if I let it get away from me to where I don't, where it ends up like this stuff, then I might end up digging up or down like I was before. We'll see. Alright, let me... Actually, I need to hang a bucket, and then I'll go empty the truck. Hey, Bear, you coming back or what? something really rough about where I parked. How's it going, Jaeger? It's 7 minutes into the morning for me, yeah. It's 12:07. Technically midnight. How'd your Christmas go? Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, I got stuff which is cool. Yeah. Kids are older, I know. Start getting back after years. Yeah. It also doesn't help in some places like the city that I live in where there's a lot of shift work. And like in my case right now, my wife is actually at work doing night shift. So a lot of times up here anyway, at least the 28 years that I've been around here in this city, Christmas is pretty much whatever day you can make it around this time. Like my Christmas was literally pretty much last week. But woken today, feeling pretty ill, but hey-ho, onwards as ever. Yeah, pretty much. liking the stream. Don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to give that thumbs up button a click. It helps out the channel greatly. And if you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, backpacks, jackets, things like that. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on with us, then just put in the comments below that you're interested. You obviously have to have the game downloaded. And all that I ask, because trolls exist, is that you operate truck and or roller. And ooh, Raiders. A rating of 6 from Inspiring Adventures. Well, welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the pit, known as Syncrude for me, because that's the site that's only a little ways from town. But, yeah. I am Gorox. My previous profession used to be changing the tires on these trucks. Until I got hurt. Herniated disc caused two fused vertebrae in my neck and a whole pile of messed up crap going along with it. But I am not a noob when it comes to this type of work. This type of equipment. I used to change the tires on that equipment, on basically anything that had tires. You got in this IRO too, that's... Well, my profession was tire technician. Or glorified labor, depending on who, no, Farm Simulator's not gonna work, Jaeger. Sorry. This is not Farm Simulator. You get coveralls, not overalls. There's a difference. But, yeah, so my profession before was tire technician. I used to change the tires on anything right from wheelbarrow all the way up to the Cat 797s or the Komatsu 890s. So I have... The best way that I used to put it on my resume, I used to drive these trucks, but I have never operated these trucks. So I have gotten in and brought the truck with a flat tire to my tire pad, changed the tire and brought the truck back up to what is called the upline. And I have operated the Cat 777 or 777 in one company that I worked for. I was actually the last company I technically worked for. A MRI result came back saying I had a herniated disc in my neck, and I have bone spurs, arthritis, and a thing called degenerative disc disease, which as an operator, they frown upon that one a lot because you're sitting inside of a truck getting bounced around like a piñata. And if you have the condition that I have, then eventually that could put you in a wheelchair. Hang on a second now. What just happened there? You just gifted a sub. Thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, what was I saying now? That I got distracted by notifications and noises and things. Oh yes, the profession that I chose was basically, as a kid I was born with an extra vertebrae in my back. I did not know this, and I decided to go and work for basically every kind of job you could think of, that if I was to have walked in and known beforehand what kind of job should I avoid, please give me a checklist of said jobs that I should not work in, or anything like that. They would give me this list, and I basically took that list and I was checking them off as I would go, like, yep, done that job, yep, done that job. I worked as a heavy-duty mechanic. I was a tire technician. I used to hot shot, which is basically driving a pickup truck with the same length trailer as a tractor trailer. I used to do that as a job as well, which is bouncing around, essentially riding a bull while driving a pickup truck. And then was tire technician straight out of high school. And yeah, had a herniated disc. Found out I have degenerative disc disease, extra vertebrae in my back, bone spurs, arthritis, you name it, I've got it in my spine. And now trying to make this a career. The best that I can do. Have been fighting to get disability for going on 4 years now. And may have, as of yesterday, received a phone call saying I might actually be getting it. So that was some good news. So welcome to the stream, and hopefully if you could, for those of you who are raiders, if you could refresh your screen, that way it will actually count as viewers on my side. I know not a lot of people even really know about that, but it would greatly help. And before I got raided, I was actually in the midst of doing my whole, if you're liking the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you got to do depending on what platform you are watching me on. I am streaming on the 3 platforms, Kick, YouTube, and Twitch, and I do realize that 2 of them are conflicting. I don't care. I don't care about any of their little gripes or grimes against each other or anything like that. There's a chance of me making money and actually being able to make a living off of them, so at this point in time, oh well. But yeah, if you're liking the stream, don't forget to click the follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're on. If you are on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to click that thumbs up button. It helps the channel out greatly. And if you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, backpacks, jackets, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on this map that I am currently playing on with us, I say us as in there's several people that are playing. One guy is up there probably asleep at this point. But if you want to play on this map with us, just put in the comments that you are interested. You obviously have to have this game downloaded out of OR. All that I ask is that you operate haul truck and or roller until deemed competent or proven that you are not a troll, because trolls exist. And until when deemed competent, I can get you into bigger and better equipment, but as an incentive, I can get you, or I will buy a new haul truck, and I will give you the option to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. Now, let me go back to... Oh, there's actual communication between people in my chat. Not used to that either. I see chat flicking by and I'm like, oh, I'm falling behind. Sounds really cool. Dead tired today. It's 8:20 in the morning here. Played all night. Next time I'll love to try and join around. Well, yeah, it's only 12:30 a.m. here. As the description in Twitch says, I am in Canada. I am in Alberta, Canada, where we dig up what is the oil sands. And, yeah, which is why I was able to get into the profession so easily. But you get there, mate. I wanted to stream since 2020, and it took me until last month until I really dared to try. Well, now I feel confident and happy with it. Aspiring is Nether. Ah, in Netherlands. Alright. But yeah, I've been streaming. Well, not really streaming. I've actually got some YouTube videos, but I've been off and on basically for, I'd say, at least the last 6 years. Haven't really caught much traction in any of it until this game, because at the same time I love playing this game. I think people like watching me play this game, and it clicks. But so you had a good stream, and you're taking off there. Have a good night, and thanks for the raid, and thanks for joining me, and all that other fun stuff. But the way my stream schedule, if you really want to call it that, consists right now, this is my first technical night shift or night stream. So my wife is actually out driving the real live version of this truck. She's driving the 797s, Cat 797s. So her schedule is 3 days, 3 nights, 6 off. On the 6 off, she also likes to play this game. Now, not for all 6 off, but a good chance that it might be. So right now this is her first night shift. So this is my first night stream. And then 2 more after this, and then it'd be technically her 6 off. And we will play the depending on how she feels on her 6 off, that's when we'll figure out if I'm going to be streaming it or not. But, yeah. So, she's driving the real life version of this truck, and then she comes home and potentially plays operating the same exact truck she works on. But that's where my stream schedule kind of exists, is I stream when she is working, or I stream when we both want to play this game on her days off. But yeah, once my stream is done, I'll go take a look at your channel there, Inspiring, and I'll most likely give you a follow back there. I usually don't do the whole follow for follow thing, but I'll take a look there and I'll see what I got there. Since you made it a point to raid me. But for the people that are still in here, I am only less than 300 hours into this game. So still technically a noob, but I don't think I'm doing too bad. Yeah, it's important you like the channel, otherwise your follow list will be full. But I really like to meet new people. Haha, I'm at about 5 hours. Twitch right now, as far as I'm seeing, it's... I've actually got 11 viewers. Surprised I have 11 viewers at almost 12:30 in the morning. Or 12. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, I've got 294 followers on this channel and in Twitch. But most of the followers that have actually followed me on Twitch are from when I was playing Escape from Tarkov, and most of them were the I will follow you because I killed you in the game. Almost like a pity follow. But I'd say I got a good chunk of followers in here from this game. But like I said, most of it is because of the fact that I like this game, and I think it also shows. I mean, this is one of those games that I can play on or off stream without a problem. The different communities on Twitch and support those, and Twitch made the mistake of showing what I spent in a year in my roundup. So now I barely watch. Well. See, I'm one of the few that didn't start during COVID. I know there's a lot of people that that started their channels and it blew up real quick because they started in COVID, and everybody was basically, when everybody was at home getting money while also not actually out working, so they needed something to do, and then watching Twitch and stuff like that was how they did it. But technically at this point in time, I cannot say that I am making a living off of this. I am... If I had to live off of what I am making on these channels right now, I would barely be able to afford a chocolate bar every week. But that's why my wife right now makes all the money operating these trucks. And hopefully here pretty soon I will be getting my disability the way I have been fighting for it ever since 2021. And literally got the phone call there yesterday telling me that there is a very, very good chance I will be getting it. But I won't actually have the definitive number until the new year. But fingers crossed I will be getting it. And then I don't have to feel like a mooch off my wife. Drop-off point looks so clean. What drop-off point? Coming from the ramp down into the actual dirt pit, or the coming off of the dump? When you say drop-off point, you mean the dump? Like the grates up here? You mean this thing? Yeah. That's all bare. He built pretty much, I would say, at least 98% of this. When I say 98, I might have done 2%, and that was literally from putting in a couple blocks here or there. That's about it. He did the main work. I would consider him the process operator, and I would be the mining operator. Or mine ops. This thing needs a new paint job. The paint is so worn, it's starting to look like a friggin' looking like rust again. How long did it take for Bear to build that plant? I would say 8 to 12 hours. But it's not his first time doing it. To get in the position that we have got all this stuff dug out here, I am gonna say, well, like I said, I've got 300 hours into this game in total, or a little under 300 hours, and at least 200 and let's say 250 of those hours is on this map. Like some good care and time went into it. Well, that's actually that was phase number, I want to say phase 2 of the plant. He built a, so I will call it a 4 times plant. So you run stuff through and he's got 4 different routes that it will take. It is now a 6 times. And before he built that, I had a makeshift, like a slapped together plant, which actually existed right where that retaining wall is built in front of us, that used to come out closer to my shovel. And I had a plant built up there. But yeah, there's quite a bit of work. Like I said, at minimum, about 250 hours put into this map by me, and then I would say the other 50 would be in between the little tutorial of how to play the game, and then basically me learning how to actually play the game. Yeah, so I'd say 250 hours is actually the productive version of me playing the game. Everything before that was me learning. Do you concentrate on one particular thing, or does it do anything? Yeah. Squirrel moments happen a lot. And I mean that a lot. I would like to say I try to focus on one particular thing, and I successfully attempt at a successful attempt at that at least 50% of the time. But besides that, no, it very rarely do I actually set my mind on something in this game and go and complete it. I usually set my mind on something in this game and then get halfway through it and then remember that something else needed to be done, or I needed to get something else done, and then focus on that, get that done, and jump all over the place. Like right now, the plan is, so what I'm currently digging, I would say, is the right off of the plant. So this is the pit over right where the boom sticks up, where those 2 wheels are on top. That's pointing at what was the old pit, which if you ever download or play this map, which is Iron Mountain Quarry, I think is what it's called, or Iron Mountain Mine, or Iron Mountain Pit, I can't remember, it's one of those. there's an actual mine, an open pit mine already on the map existing. That is where over there is. That's where the original part was. We dug out a bit of the bottom of it, found out that there was all this rich metal and everything else in there. And then Bear managed to get a hold of a couple baggers and tore apart the mountain that was currently sitting where I kind of am sitting. Only, let's say, 7 or 8 of this shovel stacked on top of each other was about as high as it was, and he took them away with the baggers. So my plan right now is to essentially get the level that my tracks are sitting on, all of this area dug out to that level, up to that wall. Bear is the one that operates the bagger. I don't find them entertaining enough. Just sitting there and roll one way, come down, roll back. It's like playing it on a typewriter. He likes it. I don't. That's it. Personal preference. But the plan with that up there is the blue bagger that's up there is going to tear away this wall that the cables of my shovel are pointing at. So this wall all the way over to about there. Then he's going to take that bagger, which I call the red bagger, and he's going to tear out the shelf that the blue bagger is on all the way up to the shelf, the wall that bagger just cut out. Then he's going to take that bagger and bring it down onto this shelf with either the cables or the hoppers and the belts, or he might even be able to get that bagger onto this level that my shovel is currently sitting on and digging this shelf and this shelf at the same time back until he hits that wall. And then once we get that leveled out, then we're going to try and build that retaining wall all the way up to wherever that wall ends. And then this is going to turn into an open pit mine. Like right now I'm just digging out until I can get to that pit, kind of burning time. But once we get that dug out to roughly, and I know I'm going to swear again, but roughly flat, that bad F word, flat, to the retaining wall, and over as far to the right as I can go to where the baggers will have that wall built. And then the left side, we are probably going to tear that away eventually too, but as of right now I'm trying to bring this area here down to the same level as my excavator is currently sitting on, or my shovel is currently sitting on, until I get to the old pit. And then we're going to start opening it up like it'll look more like an actual open pit mine once we get this area dug out. Start spiraling down into... I still don't know if there is a bottom to the map. I don't know if it's anything like Minecraft when you find lava. I have no idea. Or, and again, I don't want any spoilers telling me that there is, there isn't, things like that. I'd like to find out. But the idea right now, again, like I said, the plan, but plans do change and they change often with me. The plan is to bring all of this area all the way from that retaining wall to where I am, and from where I am all the way to the left wall, and where I am all the way to what will eventually be that farthest right wall, down to the same level as the shovel that I'm currently in. That's the plan. And then start opening it up like an open pit mine. So right now I would consider all of this stuff as what is overburden. Even though a lot of the stuff that I'm digging up right now is actually rich material. But overburden is usually the term that mining term would be, as the stuff on top that you don't use. Even though in this game, anything that's not dark brown dirt is considered pay dirt, coal, or anything like that. Pay dirt to me would be the, like, coal, the metals that this shovel is currently sitting on, stuff like that. Anything dirt-wise that looks like dirt would actually just be dirt. So, but yeah, like I said, plan is, and plans change quite frequently here. the plan is to bring this level all the way across, all the way around. And by the time that's all said and done, you never know. The plant could have been upgraded again, or we could have found another area to make another plant, another pit, mine, whatever. But the baggers are, the shelves that the baggers are on, I'm hoping the blue bagger is going to dig towards the mountain, so it's going to go pointing towards the mountain and dig and go all the way to the left, and then red bagger is going to dig the shelf that the blue bagger is sitting on up to that same wall. And then by the time it's all said and done, by the time it's all said and done, it's going to be like a 3 or 4 shelf high wall. It's literally just going to be a really tall wall, and then we'll go from there. But that's the plan. But yes, there's absolutely a lot of digging. And right now, it's only me here, but that is not always the case. There is other days I think I've had, the maximum that I've had on here was 6 or 7 people at a time. But mostly what I like to do would be, I would like to have a truck driver while I'm operating the shovel, and have another shovel operator with another truck driver at minimum. Which still means 5 people on, because I know Bear would want to be operating the bagger. I'm really gonna take a sleep now. Have a great stream. See you next time. Alright, thank you for the raid there, Inspiring Adventures, and have yourself a good night. Have yourself a good sleep. So yeah, right now I'm just basically digging the coal, but I am just heading in the direction that my tracks are pointing. So it's pretty much whatever is in this cut is what I'm getting. I'm not particularly just focused on the coal. I'm focused on cutting away all of the material that is in front of this shovel, which is in the general direction of where my tracks are pointing, while also trying to keep it relatively flat, which usually with this shovel is a very difficult feat, because when you think you're going flat, and then when you get halfway through your cut or 3/4 of the way through your cut, you end up finding out you've been digging downhill the entire time, just a slight downhill, which turns it into quite a pain to try and get out of. But I have found that I've either dug downhill with this thing, or I've progressively dug uphill, even if I do put the shovel in the ground at a relatively flat area. It doesn't seem to matter. Still comes up not flat. And I'm doing a lot of swearing. used any orange pylons yet? I have a stupid question. I have picked up a bunch, and Bear has put a bunch down for me. I have not placed them myself, but what is the question? You have a question, I might have an answer. What the heck is the difference between pylon 1 and 2? Oh, that is actually a question I can answer. Pylon 1? Okay, I'm not sure about the if I say pylon 1 is actually pylon 1, but the difference between pylon 1 and pylon 2, one of the pylons is a straight pylon. The other pylon has a tier system on it. So it's visually different. Really doesn't make any difference as to which one. Well, yeah, so here, let me see if I can find it. And is it material? Oh, equipment. Resources. No, not resources. Where the hell am I gonna find it? And tools, explosive tracks, factory. PY. One, two, three. So pylon 1. Pylon 2 and pylon 3. So straight, tiered, fat. Yeah, I had that question when but it was also before I got the decoration pack. So it was the same question I had. It's like, because I seen it right here like this. It's like pylon 1 and pylon 2. The picture is exactly the same, but when you place them, one looks different than the other. But it doesn't matter on any of them because they all function the same way. Every single one of these have the strength to stop a haul truck or a shovel if you drive into them. So, actually, once I think about it, I might be buying a whole lot of these when we actually start the open pit mine. I'm gonna use the fat one. I am marking out a new area in a forest, so need as visible as possible. My staff are blind. Oh yeah, the traffic ones, good point. Yeah. Yeah, I think I might actually... I think I'm gonna be buying a whole lot of these when I start up the open pit mine. Instead of adding what I would call a berm, which is basically you got your haul road, and then you got a cliff. Well, there has to be a mound or something here, which is usually just a dirt mound out on the actual site in real life. They call it a berm. I might just put a whole bunch of these down, just to show the edge. And I think that might work to slow down traffic and stuff like that, but... Mine Deco DLC. So barrel, 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 barrel. Water barrel. Maybe I'll put a bunch of them down instead. Make it look like a serious traffic issue. But yeah, I think I might put a whole bunch of them in later on. Now, not now, because right now technically the cliffs that are up here, nobody's really driving up there with the haul trucks anyway. And if the bagger happens to go off a cliff, the little tiny orange barrier is not gonna do them any help. So. Oh, I need to hang that bucket before I come back. So I know where to park this truck. Squirrel command to shout out to you each time you see. Yeah. Well. It's you the guys that are the ones distracting me, so. I got a question. Well, I gotta answer it. Did I even move over? I don't even think I moved over. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna move the shovel over so that I got... I'll get this scoop, I'll hang my bucket to where I'm gonna back the truck up to it. See, I already feel like I'm going uphill now. You saying you're always innocent is like me saying the customer is always right. We both know the truth in that statement. Need a bagger operator. Free tomorrow. Well, like I was saying there earlier, their CRS fab. I prefer the first thing that somebody operates when they join my map is truck and or roller. Because trolls exist. Not saying that you are a troll. I am just saying that in order to weed them out and make sure that you are what you presume to be, I would ask that you operate the truck and or roller first until you are deemed competent to drive them, or to prove that you're not a troll. Once that proof is made, then I don't care what you're operating. But until then, it's truck or roller for the beginning. But if anybody does want to join the map, I got no problem with that either. Yeah. Yeah, I think the most truthful statement is the customer always thinks they are right. Don't mind me just pounding dirt into submission. It's funny that that's how they make this shovel. That's how they use the shovel in this. They don't use it to dig, they use it to beat up dirt. Excellent road bears do stack up. They stack. Oh, that might come in handy, yeah. I mean, that might actually come in handy for what I was planning on using them for too. Again, I'll have to see once I actually get a good haul road built. I'll have to see how that looks. But once I have the good haul road built, then I'll place some stuff down, see what I can do. I just don't want to leave the edge really open. My wife would be the first person to admit that when she first started playing on the map, she drove the haul truck right off the cliff. Which is why I keep correcting myself when I say that you can't cause havoc in a haul truck. You can just not cause as much havoc in a haul truck. And then that is why I did build the berms on this map where I did, and then, well, we basically dug up everything that I basically put down, so. Boom. No more solid rock there. Stuck a pic in Discord for later for you. Okay. I'll take a look at it later on when I'm done stream. But yeah, to Chris Fab, the one that was saying that if I had a bagger or needed a bagger operator, again, it's not particularly pointed at anybody. It's no exceptions, because at the same time I don't need somebody to just say, hey, I'll do that, and then operate something in here, make a complete mess of this place, and then turn it right into a giant shit show. So it's no exceptions. If you're gonna join the map, you start off operating truck and or roller. So this thing, the truck, and or the roller, because this is the two things that, I mean, this thing here, the worst that you can do is get the thing stuck. That thing there, the worst that you can do is drive it off a cliff and maybe put a little tiny bit of dirt on the ground where it wasn't meant to be. But that's the best that'll happen there. So that's the way I look at it, is I would prefer, I'd prefer it if you were able to just operate that, and then when deemed competent of doing that, or proven that you're not a troll, because I don't need the, like I said, I don't need the added shit show. Then you can operate whatever you want, as long as you do roughly a good job at it and you don't literally later on just turn it into a fuck it moment, because I do still have the ability the entire time to remove somebody from the map, which an easy way to do that, I'd be removing everybody from the map. All I do is just exit, go back to the previous save, and then only add the people that did not cause the shit show, and change the password to the point where it takes it takes a different password to get in, and I could turn the Discord channel that holds that into a password protected or invite only channel, and have to control it that way. But I know he never said anything about it after just asking if I needed a bagger operator, but that was just something I felt like I needed to say anyway. Discord invite in your description is invalid. You are on YouTube, so yes it is. Give me a second here. So I'm going to change scenes for a second. There's going to be a link there. You want to just use that link. So this one that I'm going to show right here. So the VKCM ASBKTP. That one there is your current Discord link. And I'm pretty sure you could pause the stream to get to write that in there if you needed to. Yeah, there we are on a different platform. I really need to set up Nightbot on YouTube and on Kick because it's easier just to tell you to push exclamation point Discord and it would come up, but I don't think it's set up properly on YouTube. I don't know if it's even set up on YouTube. And I don't know if YouTube has has their own way of doing it on there either. I'll have to mess around and figure it out, but welcome to the Discord, as I just seen you popped in there. And I know somebody did it there earlier, I don't know who it was. And it's not a big deal, I'm just mentioning it. There's channel descriptions for a reason. So try and keep what you're wanting to do in the respective channels. So like there's a pictures channel, there's a general, which means like general talking channel. Links, there's a specific channel for links, stuff like that. Just try and keep everything in its respectful channel. I think somebody actually typed in the in my live one there. But yeah, so if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, helps the channel out greatly. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on this map that I am currently playing on, just put in the comments below that you're interested. You obviously have to have the game downloaded. And all that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller for the first little while until deemed competent or prove that you're not a troll. And then after that I can get you into bigger and better equipment. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck, and I will give you the option to paint that truck whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And yes, even if you do get to the point where you're operating other equipment, that truck will still be there for you. But that does not mean buying your own everything else equipment. Like, I am noticing people are repainting like rollers and things like that, where I think at this point in time, if it's support equipment, which anybody that doesn't understand or know what support equipment is basically like graders, dozers, loaders, rollers, anything that is not a truck and or shovel, they are considered support equipment. And I'd like to keep those as Bear would put it, company colors, which is essentially what this truck's colors are, which are the same color as my logo. Ugh. Oh, don't forget to share the stream to anybody and everybody that you think may like this content. It also helps. The more the merrier. Alright, so how's everybody's day or night or whatever time it is going for them? Just realized I got into this giant focusing, not speaking thing, so I need something to talk about. Essentially all I'm doing is just digging a hole. Just keep digging, just keep digging. Good man's still waking up. In a couple hours I'll probably be going to bed. Testing mountain now. Oh, now I see what. Huh. Nightbot can really be a piece of shit, can't it? So apparently your last message that you sent just before that, the reason it was flagged was because of the letters H-O-E. Yep. It's dumb. It's very dumb. And at the same time, I can't really go in and tell Nightbot to lay off on the, like, anything above PG-13 friggin' words. But that is what it is. But yeah, testing mounted them to wind turbines, so... Oh, you're testing how wall lights look. Okay. When you spelled hoe, I thought you were talking like the excavator, the hoe. Some people call them that. So I had to take a double take on it. I don't know, I just prefer to go right to the bed there and make it daytime. So we haven't bothered with any of the lights in here when you could simply just go to the bed, turns it into day, and you don't need everybody like in Minecraft. You don't need everybody to go to one, you just have one person go to one and it's good enough. I forgot about sleep. Yeah. Actually thinking at this point in time what I'm ending up doing here. I think I am. Okay, why am I unable to go left? That's weird. But I think what I'm doing here, just by doing that whole move my tracks left to right, I'm not actually moving myself over that way towards where the tracks are pointing. I'm actually moving my way down that way, but I'm keeping it more flush than my previous. Hence the reason that truck seems to keep on getting closer and closer. gonna wash this and there's not gonna be a speck of paint left. Actually, let me bring that bucket all the way up. There we go. So tomorrow my stream time will be again at 6:30-ish Mountain Standard Time. So 6:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Again, for those of you like me that hate the time zone and all that kind of crap to figure it out, my current time right now is 1:30 a.m. So 6:30 p.m. is when I will be streaming again next tomorrow. And I think hopefully tomorrow I'll have a couple more people in here so that we can really tear up this mine. Because right now, just me doing it by myself, man, does this ever feel slow. Like if I had to do everything that's been done in this map with the help that I had, if I had to do all of that myself, I would say an eighth of this mine would be taken out compared to what it is now. I'd probably still have something that resembles the old pit. It'd be a little bit wider at this point, but that'd probably be... I probably would be using the little tiny mine or plant that I had and focusing on keeping the mine that I had the way that it was, just opening it up a little bit more at a time to accommodate the bigger equipment. And being that that truck is now in the game, I would have had to open up the roads a little bit more to accommodate for it, because I only had the roads wide enough to accommodate for the 400 series. Which, I mean, it's... yeah, probably wouldn't have had to adjust for much, but knowing my luck, I probably would have had to adjust a little bit at least. You know, I think I might... I might continue focusing on going that way with this cut until I come out somewhat flush with that wall that's right there. And then once I come up flush with that wall that's right there, then I might turn up that way. But I think what I'm doing so far is pretty good. What the hell? Must be a little tiny piece of solid wall or solid rock there that this thing is not going to cut through. Be nice if I knew somebody that was like really good with the grader or the dozer. And I mean like almost able to use it the way it would actually work in real life. Stick it down here and actually make this area, I'm gonna swear again, flat. because this is just shit. And it doesn't help that I'm operating this shovel not so good either, because right now it feels like I feel like I am going uphill compared to when I was down here literally just digging away. I was digging downhill. As you can see, the height difference in where that shovel is now and where I am. What the Vibro one does? What I'm doing with the shovel, it does, yeah. But it, sort of, I guess would be the better way to put it. It doesn't do it perfectly. So I'll just demonstrate. So like this corner right here, if I turn on the vibro, see how I'm still on an angle? So it's smooth, but it's not flat. Like I can do it right here, the same thing. It'll be smooth, but it won't come out flat. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you are on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up button, it helps out the channel greatly. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I am currently playing on with me, then put in the comments below that you're interested and I will get you the server information. All that I ask, because trolls exist, is that you operate a truck and or roller first until you are deemed competent or proven that you are not a troll. After that, I will buy, or well, not after that, but as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and I will give you the opportunity to paint that truck whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. And if you could, please share this stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this content. Every little bit helps there as well. The more the merrier. There, go dump this truck, come back, park it under the hung bucket. Bear must have fell asleep at his computer. I don't remember him saying he was gonna go, but he did. And now his character is just like Batman up there on top of the plant, just looking out over. I think he's still up there. Yep, still up there. I think I'm gonna adjust there. I'm gonna move that truck. Might as well dump it. Actually, I'll dump it after I adjust. Yeah, I'm working uphill again. Oh well, I think the uphill part is a little bit easier to correct than the downhill. At least with the uphill part, I can yeah, at least the uphill part, I could literally go and grab the loader and just adjust it. Go grab the loader and just pull away whatever material I need to. Meanwhile, if I was going downhill, in order to do that, I would have to add material, and I would rather not. What's the point in digging it out if I'm gonna just put it back? So I'll go dump this, and then stage again. that much choice in the matter of digging up part. It's really complicated with the way that shovel works in here. Like I said, I'd rather dig uphill a little bit than be digging downhill. At least if I'm digging uphill, I can correct that by just coming in with the loader. I don't think I'm getting anything. Alright. How's it going, Raptor Drone? Let's bring that bucket down. Not too bad, still alive. Digging holes. Digging holes, making money. Bought the game a few days ago and I'm enjoying it. Yeah. I like to say that this is the one game that I could play on or off stream and not have a problem either way. But again, I'm also not, I'm not new to this stuff. My career path that I had before I hurt my neck, I used to change the tires on these large trucks. So I've been around this equipment in real life, and my wife actually, she's currently driving these trucks in real life right now. That's her job. So she's driving the haul trucks. I used to change the tires on the haul trucks. I've been out in the mines here in this city, and I've operated a couple of the smaller haul trucks, but I've driven the bigger ones. And yes, I know it kind of sounds weird to say that you've driven haul trucks but you've never operated them. Well, at the same time, as a tire technician, I've literally just had to take one of these trucks from a downline with a flat tire on it, bring it to my tire pad, and then drive the truck from my tire pad when the tire has been changed on it to the upline and rinse and repeat that process. So yeah, I've driven the truck, but I've never operated it. Operating it, as far as I'm concerned, is taking this truck to an excavator, getting it loaded, bringing it to a dump, and things like that. And I'm talking in real life. Clearly I've done it in this game now at least a few hundred times. But yeah, like I like to say, in real life, I've changed the tires on these. Love watching large haul trucks being transported to the mines. When you see it as often as I do, you get kind of like, oh, look, another one. But again, you're also talking to the guy that stood next to one of these haul trucks in the winter while it was doing essentially a burnout within arm's length of you, and it never fazed me. But I had a guy that came in, and it was his first day actually seeing the truck, the size of the truck and all of that, and watched me do that, and he turned into basically as pale as a ghost because he thought the truck was going to kill me. And I, being around it for as long as I was, it's like, no, it's not. But I forgot how big these trucks are to somebody who haven't seen them up close. Like when I was working at the shop, I had one of these trucks pull into the shop, and I was standing about right here, and it was in the winter, so the building that we had, they call it a quonset, which is basically a large tent, and they had a thing on it that they called the Delarian door, which was 2 winch cables that pulled up basically the side of the building so that you could drive the haul truck in and drive the haul truck back out to do the tires. And the way that quonset worked, the snow would fall down right at that door, so when they opened the door there was a big pile of snow. Well, we had this truck come in and we closed the door, and when we opened it, in order to back the truck out, the truck had to back up over that lump of snow. It sat right on the snow and just started to spin out, and I was about right here when the truck started to spin out. Never thought anything about it. The guy that I was working with, his first day seeing this truck in its big glory, was standing probably right about here when it started to do it, and he just turned pale watching the truck do what it did. I started laughing, then I thought about it for a second, realized, yeah, like if it was my first day seeing the truck that big. More impressed with the braking systems on them. Yeah, I am not fully up to snuff on what the braking system looks like, but I'm pretty sure they are still like there's still a rotor pad system. They're just a lot bigger. But I know some of them, like actually like what this truck is supposed to resemble, the Komatsu electric trucks, they're all electric drive, and I'm pretty sure they're all friction pads and stuff like that. Like this truck resembles, so I'll show you here when I lift the box. So the engine, and yes, even in the electric trucks there's a diesel engine, but the diesel engine does pretty much exactly how this is, yeah, which has that, as you can see, the electric generator behind it. The fuel tanks are not bent like they are in this truck in real life. They are a lot more, well, then again, the frame is also not A-framed like this either. The frame is straight, and then those fuel tanks on the sides are straight. But the thing I find funny with these trucks in this game, the way that they show it, you have that electric generator right here, but you have nothing coming off of it. There is no cables, there is no wires, there's no hydraulic lines going anywhere on this thing. There's nothing. The only thing you have is an exhaust pipe going into the engine, and a hydraulic cylinder and line right there that goes into nothing and goes over to nowhere. So the hydraulic line's on the cylinders and that's it. But you have nothing, and those struts on these trucks are a hell of a lot bigger than what they actually show in this game. Same thing with the front. On a haul truck, you do not have A-arms. You do not have upper and lower ball joints like this. You have what they call struts. And those struts are essentially really large versions of this thing with this attached to it. Like that is in here. But yeah, when I say that I've driven all of the size trucks, but I've never operated, this is the part I'm talking about with the operated. I have only done this with a Cat 777, Cat 777. This is the only truck I've done this with. I have driven the 797s, 793s, 785s, 777s. I've driven all of them, the Komatsu 980s and the Komatsu whatever the number 8 something underneath that is. I've driven them, but I've only operated the 777. Yeah, and I'd love to know with what they show here. Like that there looks like one of those trailer hitches that you would get on a typical pickup truck. I'd love to know the trailer hitch they plan on putting into that. Same thing with this here. Like if you try and use this to do anything with it, you'll shear the fucker clear off. Same thing with these pins. If they actually existed, they would be sheared off. But that there is one of those things that I was surprised to see. Like if you think the truck this size, if you were to put a chunk of plastic that size right there in front of it, you'd think you were nuts to say that that would actually prevent this thing from going anywhere. But when the truck is at a dead stop and then you put that in front of the tire and then try and drive over it, it actually takes a lot of effort for that truck to drive over it. I really think I need to paint this because the dirt on it at this point is probably the only thing that's adding color. Like it's looking like a typical shovel out on site now. Real life sizing. Oh, real lifing sucks. Yes. But yeah, my career choices consisted of, I was a tire technician for a while. I was heavy duty mechanic apprentice. I made it into second year apprentice. Took me way too long to get through my apprenticeship program, dealing with the companies that I was dealing with, so I never continued pursuing that. I was also doing hot shot, which was driving a pickup truck with a flat deck trailer, hauling equipment for places like United Rentals and stuff like that. And if I had my time back and knew what I know now, I wouldn't have pursued any of those career choices because, like I said before, if I went and got, let's say, an MRI from the day I was born, and they found out exactly what I had, what I was going through, and all that kind of stuff, they would have told me, here is a list of career choices that you should not pursue, due to the fact that at the time I was born with an extra vertebrae in my back, so my spine was already slightly compressed. And for some reason, it's almost like my body kind of knew that that was the case, but my brain and nature was like, well, we're gonna get you to start checking off those positions. Yeah, it's like, so here's a list of jobs you should not do, and it's almost like my body went and said, all right, let's start checking them off and see which ones out of this list we can, or challenge accepted would probably be the better way to put it. So 2018, well, roughly 2016 is when they've come to the conclusion that I had a herniated disc in my neck. 2018, I went and got a discectomy. I have to emphasize on that word, otherwise it sounds like I got something else removed, and no, I didn't. But yeah, I had that, so 2 vertebrae in my neck are now fused together. And ever since 2021, I've been fighting to try and get disability. which as of yesterday, I think I received the phone call basically saying that I have a very good chance of now actually getting it. But I have, according to the MRI and everything else, I now have what is called degenerative disc disease. I have 2 new herniated discs in my neck. I have bone spurs and arthritis all through my spine. And out of all the career choices I could have picked, every single one of them was a bad decision that just made my condition that much worse, without knowing it. So at this point in time, my career choice now is hopefully turning this streaming thing into a career. As of right now, I'm off to a pretty good start, I would think. And pretty much doing it day by day just to see how it's going. And here in the new year, I will have my definitive answer on whether I will be receiving disability, and if I do, that'll help out quite a bit. But like I said, at this point in time, my wife is driving like the 797s out on site. That's her job. So we're not hurting, but we could be better if we had 2 incomes instead of just 1. So once I start getting disability income, then that'll help out a little bit more. And then if I can continue this as an actual career, then that'll help out again a little bit more. Firefighter in the mid to late 80s till I injured my lower back. Yeah. It's not fun. And an injured back, it's basically you're spending more time trying to convince that you have an issue over like somebody, an example would be, let's say, a person who lost their leg. It's easy for you to look at them and say, okay, they have lost their leg, they have issues. You have a bad back. And in some cases, your back could be bad. You could be suffering from a whole crap load of things, and nothing, not even an MRI or an X-ray will prove that you have this problem. But you do. But there's nothing that you can do except, like I said, it's more, you are spending more time trying to convince somebody that there's a problem there than them actually seeing it or doing something to correct it. And in a lot of cases, as sad as it sounds with doctors, some of them just say, nope, no problem, or here's medication. Basically, here's medication, shut up and go away. At least in my case, the herniated disc showed up on an MRI. My discs are, or my 2 vertebrae are now fused. I now have 2 more herniated discs that were also brought up on the MRI, so they are visible. But to look at me, like, unless you got fucking X-ray vision, to look at me and see those problems, you can't. You can see the scar on my neck from the first surgery, but that's it. So yeah, I get it. If somebody says I have a bad back, at no point in time am I going to look at them. And another one that bugs me too. I had a herniated disc in my neck, and I have 2 fused vertebrae. I have 2 more herniated discs, and then I look at somebody and say, I'm 38 years old. What's the first thing that they want to say? You're only young. It's like, it's not the age, it's the mileage. So you can get vehicles out there now. You can get a brand new, well, I mean, from places that I'm around up here in Canada, you can get a brand new vehicle 1 year old and have rust all the way through it. But it's only a brand new vehicle. Don't mean shit. So I always say it, it's like it's not the age, it's the mileage. Took me 3 years to get disability. Yeah. I don't know what neck of the woods you're in. Raptor drone. If I were to take a quick guess, Tirana? But not sure. But yeah, I've been trying to get disability since 2021. And hopefully now, oh, southeast. Okay. See, it could be easier or even more difficult down there. I have no idea. All I know is your healthcare system is shit, for lack of a better word. And for the ones that come up with it, it's like, no, I'm not going to tell you that our healthcare is free. Because it's not. When you work, every paycheck you get, you put a certain amount of money into healthcare. So no, it's not free. But in the same argument, I can go to the hospital to get my feelings checked, and when I come out, I'm not getting a fucking bill. And yes, there's some people up here that actually go ahead and fucking do that, which is also why I think some cases it is kind of fucking horrible, but well, I mean, I've watched a couple YouTubers that talk about it, and their best example, I agree with fully. We have healthcare, you guys have unhealthcare, which basically means you guys don't have any health care, but you put all of your money towards your military system. Which, I mean, if you put your money towards one and then you have your friends that put your money towards the other and that kind of stuff, I mean, when it's all said and done. But yeah, there's pros and cons to everything. You guys have your unhealthcare system, we have our healthcare system, but you guys have your military, we have our healthcare system. And I guess the better way to put it, we have you guys, sort of. Unless the moron running our country decides to fucking continue doing what he's doing, and then we wouldn't have that either. I like to say it this way. You can take it whatever way you want to. Again, I've said it before in my stream. Yes, talk politics. Oh well. And I have my opinions, you have yours, and just don't come in here being all snowflakey and opinionated and stuff like that. Or butthurt, I guess would be another way to put it. But here in Canada, we have a moron running the country, and you guys down in the States, except for the fact of you have a president that actually loves his country, you guys have a bully, for lack of a better word, when it comes to any other country except for the States. But again, I would rather have somebody who loves their country and will just do anything and everything in its power to make his country better than have somebody who is running the country that they are in to the fucking ground, which is essentially what our dingbat is doing. So yes, when I say that you guys have a bully, essentially, you guys do have a bully towards Canada. Trump is definitely a bully towards Canada. But that's because the moron in this country is essentially letting him do it. If the guy that was running against the dingbat running our country actually got in as prime minister, then I think it would be a different argument altogether, because I don't think the guy would be... he wouldn't be such a pushover. He wouldn't just take it as it is. He would actually fight back. Meanwhile, the guy that we have now is just a fucking... yeah. Oh, you mean that senile old piece of shit? Oh, no, wait, that's right. He was already brain dead by the time... So then you had the Harris that wanted to basically just let anybody and their dog come in and do whatever the hell they wanted to, and the walking definition of a fucking soft parenting system. That one. Like I said, I have no problem speaking my opinion. I also have no filter. And at the same time, I will not change that for anybody, and I do not care. I live in the province that is essentially what we would like to say we are the Texas of Canada, which is Alberta. And I come from I'm originally born in the place that nobody fucking knows what any of us are saying, which is called Newfoundland. Where the dialect of Newfoundland is Irish, Scottish, British, and any other type of random kind of English with some kind of funny, oh, even Australian. I'd say I'd even throw them in there. So I come from the hillbilly of Canada, and I live in the other dialect of hillbilly of Canada. I hate politics. It's not about the people, it's about what they can take from the people. Or in the case of the politics up here, it's the how brainwashed can we make you to believe that you need to depend on the government. Let's see how many programs we can come out with to make you dependent on the government. Instead of, let's try and make it to where you can depend less on the government and actually take care of yourself. That seems to be what, at least what the moron running Canada seems to be trying to pull. His bright idea is see how much he can do to get you dependent more on the government. Well, free thinking went out the window just as fast as common sense did. You didn't catch that? You didn't get that note? You gotta remember, if something is falling, you gotta wait for the notice to tell you that you shouldn't put your foot under it instead of just avoid it. No, I literally had it on my resume. Under qualifications. Ability to use common sense. And I mean that. I literally had that under qualifications on my resume. It said ability to use common sense. I had some people that obviously weren't the employers or employee people that wanted to hire me, but I had some people that looked at me and they're like, why would you put something like that on your resume? It's like, well, because one, too many people out there don't even know what the hell it is anymore. And the ones that do know what it is are most likely quite pissed off because of the fact that they know what it is and there's other people out there that don't use it. It's like the old term of the Paul Harvey. Paul Harvey. No, I've never been told that, and technically I'm probably not versed enough to actually know exactly who that one guy is. But no, the old term there, pretty sure one of the comedians were talking about it. It's pretty funny, where they're like, being stupid is like being dead. You don't know you're dead, but the people around you know you're dead. The same thing can be said for stupidity. And sad thing is, it's like the ability to use common sense. People around you that use it, and then the people around you that don't. He was a no-nonsense reporter back in the 70s and 80s. Oh. No, I wouldn't know who that is. I mean, actually, I can't quite say no as in it would be impossible for me to know who that is, but I was born in the late 80s, so... But that's the way reporters should have been. That's the way they always should be. No nonsense. Here's your facts, like it or lump it. It's the same thing with Trump. It's the best way that I could put it with him. He's gonna tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. He doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. And if you don't like it, too fucking bad. Yeah, I'm 38 years old, so yeah, definitely a little bit before my time. But then there's another good example of the, again, perfect example of how you can tell what Trump is like when he threw out the 51st date joke, which is exactly what it was, a joke. He throws it out there, a whole bunch of people get all butthurt and put their arms up in the air like, oh no, he just made that statement, he's trying to take over Canada, da, 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 da. It's like, or it was a fucking joke, get over it. And then because so many people got butthurt about it, he's like, oh, you didn't like that? Alright, well, I'm gonna wear the shit out of that joke now. Just because of how often you didn't like that. It's like, you don't like that joke, so now I'm going to use it over and over and over and over, and any other option, any opportunity that I can use it, I'm going to, because I know somebody out there is not going to like it. I don't care. Get over it. Hoping that's blasted rock and not solid rock. Good. Nothing worse than coming across a spot that looks something like it could be blasted rock, but turns out to be solid rock, and then I bounce this thing around and turn it into a fucking rocket ship, and the operator turns into a fucking astronaut. Kind of like what I'm hitting right now is another lump of solid rock. It's not like you can't get re-elected so you can speak his mind. Isn't there a way that he was able to think about getting reelected again one more time because of the fact that I think they impeached him or something at the tail end of his last run or something? Again, I'm not 100% sure on it. I have no idea. I could be talking right out of my ass on that. But there was something about him being impeached, so you and at the same time, you guys still do have your option of, kind of like the last shit show, the only difference is you guys actually would have a good vice president that would become president now instead of the brain dead leading the brain dead. The senile old prick going on and dealing with the vice president that was at that time, turning her into the wanting to be the next brain dead president. Essentially, her best campaign promise was the "we'll open all the borders and let whoever the hell wants to come in, come in." Joked about it, but the 19th Amendment forbids it. Didn't it forbid the fact that you can't run 2 full or 3 consecutive? And because of the fact that he got cut short, I think it was on one of them, or was that just there was a if he was to run short? Again, like I said, I don't know. I thought the fine print was that it had to be consecutive, like full term, and he didn't, or something like that, or something made it so that it wasn't a full term. But again, he is also trying to make it, even if he doesn't get reelected, the guy that you guys have as the vice president is in the same mindset as what Trump was. He just might not be as blunt and upfront about everything that he says. He still says it. He's just not as fuck you straight to your face type. But he's still under the same mindset and the same attitude and everything else as what Trump is. He's just not, like I said, as upfront about the wording of how he says things. Oh, that was, okay, that's what that was. So they were essentially planning on doing the flip-flop. Which at the same time, it technically, if you really wanted to look at it, just because he didn't have the president title, yeah, he's a bit under. Yeah, he's not as upfront and New Yorker. the typical what's the word I'm looking for? Basically the persona that everybody thinks of as a regular New Yorker, being the upfront, carefree, not caring about your feelings type. But yeah, in the same breath, if really the case, if they wanted to, because you guys you don't elect your vice president, you only elect your president. So if he really wanted to, Vince could run and then have Trump as his VP, and then essentially just sit back and go, okay, well, I'm now the president, but what do you want me to do? Not to say that Vince would actually be the kind of person to do that either. He would probably try and run it the way he would want to run it. But I would say he probably wouldn't do too bad if he actually did have Trump in the passenger seat, kind of giving him the right pointers. And Canada is the walking example of the exact opposite of that. We had, so the moron that's running the country now was basically part of the government when Trudeau was running, and he was telling Trudeau everything that he needed to do for half of his last term, and the half of his last term that he was running, everything was going to shit. So then we turned around and went, well, I say we as in the people who actually voted for this moron, basically sat down and said, I like the fact that this guy ruined the country for the last 5 years while under this guy, so we're going to vote in this moron so he can continue to ruin the country. And now we're in the giant shit show that we're in. So, yeah. So we're the walking example of what happens when that is the opposite. So if you were to actually get two people in there that were actually good at their job and did what they were supposed to, like in your guys' case down there, as far as I'm concerned, again, my opinion, I think they're doing an awesome job for the States. I just wish that we had somebody up here that actually had a fucking backbone and was actually able to essentially tell Trump when it came to the tariffs, like, no. And when they say no, they stick to no instead of no for tomorrow maybe. Or give me enough time to get on the fucking plane, and as soon as I do, then my mind has changed. What we got up here is literally what I'm talking about, the opposite of what you got down there. We have, I mean, we don't have a president, vice president, but we do have the prime minister and then their cabinet. And essentially what we ended up having was the prime minister had a member of the cabinet become prime minister, and they approved that the guy that was in the running was doing a shit job for the entire time that they were the prime minister to begin with, and then the morons in the area decided to fucking vote for him anyway. See, the problem we have up here is when you go in and vote, it depends on the city, or not the city, but the province that you're in holds a certain amount of seats, which I think is fucking dumb. Seats shouldn't make a difference at all in regards to how many votes you do or don't get. I don't remember in school whenever they said we're going to put this up for a vote, I don't remember anything saying that the person that was sitting, let's say there was somebody in a wheelchair, I don't remember them getting an extra 4 or 5 votes because they were in a chair. Like, it shouldn't matter. You go right across the country, and the country is, here's how many votes you get. You either have the most or you have not the most. And if you have the most, you win. If you don't, then you're not there. But the prime minister, last 2 prime ministers now, did not win from the most votes. They won from the majority of seats, which I think is fucking absolutely moronic. So the reasoning behind, what they ended up doing, Ontario holds So out of all of the provinces in Canada, Ontario holds the most seats. So if Ontario alone voted 100% of the votes to somewhere, to whoever it is, it doesn't matter what other province voted anywhere. If that province voted 100%, then it's done, because of the fact that they have the most seats. So if out of the other provinces in Canada, it doesn't matter what they were to vote, it would have been a complete waste of vote, which is just stupid. Well, I'm pretty sure we've made that trip a couple times already. At least Canada has in the last fucking, well, 10 years. The only reason the first idiot got voted in is because he wanted to legalize marijuana. So clearly Canada is just full of a bunch of fucking stoners. Nothing against them, just it shouldn't have been the reason to sway a fucking vote. Then after that it turned into him just kissing a bunch of asses, and which, I mean, is typical politics, but he knew going to certain places, and if he got the votes there, then he was pretty much set in stone, so he went and swayed that. And then the moron running the country now kind of went and did the same fucking thing. And then he brainwashed everybody into thinking, hey, it's a good idea to be dependent on the government. That's pretty much all the government is now, is how much gaslighting can you do, how much brainwashing can you do, and instead of, hey, how about you do your fucking job the way you say you're gonna do your fucking job. Heaven forbid somebody do that nowadays. Do concrete blocks obey real laws? Like, will they collapse in if not supported all the way down? No. The blocks do not work like that. Gravity does not exist in this game. The only time gravity actually exists in this game, Jaeger, is when... So, when you remove dirt, like this, and when I open the bucket, it drops. When you remove dirt from anywhere up there and it hits the conveyor belt drops it. That's the only time gravity exists. Any other time, it does not. Sorry, I went on that little political tangent and never caught your message, and I'm also just seeing that there's a hydrate there, so I will do that as soon as I drop this bucket. It looks like I also gotta empty that truck anyway, so I will... There you go. There's the hydrate, thank you. Is the GPS working now? Depends on what your idea of working is. It's essentially, for lack of a better word, the best way to explain how the GPS works in this game is it's a manual GPS. So, I don't know how good the pixels are going to show up on your screen when it comes to how I'm going to explain this. But, so the right side, you see how it says -1.7, you see that white line with the bucket? the line is not a flat line. It's a line, and then there's another one and a line, and it moves up and up and up and up and up because I'm not level. Like the bucket on the left, right now, is about as level as it's gonna get. Yeah. So, yeah, it's about the same. No, it's not not an automatic GPS. You can set buttons to set it to ish 0, but there's no real button to set it to make your bucket go to 0. You have to manually do it. But if you're liking the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to click that thumbs up button. It helps the channel out greatly. And if you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on this map with me and the other guys that are on here most of the time, right now nobody is on because at the same time it's also 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's also the day after Christmas. But if you want to play on this map, then just put in the comments below that you're interested. You obviously have to have this game downloaded. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller, because trolls exist. And until you are deemed competent or proven that you are not a troll, I would prefer that you drive truck and or roller first, and then I can get you into bigger, better equipment after that. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the option to paint that truck whatever colors you want. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask that you share this stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this content. It also helps. And tomorrow I will be streaming at the same time as I started today, around 6:30-ish Mountain Standard Time. And for those of you that hate time zones as much as I do, my current time is basically 3 o'clock in the morning, 2:54 in the morning. So 6:30 p.m. my time. But I think I only got about another half hour, I would say, of stream left in me. And then I'm going to be calling her. And just so you guys know, my stream schedule, if you really want to call it that, is now going to be, so today is the first night stream, as I would put it. I will have 2 more night streams, and then I will be on periodically for the 6 days after that, depending on what time, which will most likely be around 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. But the reasoning behind that is because my wife is works on site. Her schedule is 6 and 6, so 3 days, 3 nights, 6 off. And I try and stream on her schedule, so while she's working, I'm streaming. And this was her first night shift. Tomorrow will be second, and then another one after that, and then 6 off. But because she also likes to play this game, I will be streaming while we are playing on here. And then the time that she's back at work, when she is on days, so the 3 day shifts, I will be on at 11 Mountain Standard Time. And then rinse and repeat that process. That would be essentially my stream schedule. And until I figure out something else better or different, that is pretty much how that's going to go for now. And if you want to keep up with my channel information and things like that, if stream is going to be late or if stream is not going to happen that day, because I do get chronic migraines and things like that. So there's times that I might not be streaming due to the fact that I'm laid up in bed with a migraine. But stuff like that. There, I do have Instagram, I do have X, and I am also on Facebook. And all of them you can find me at, I believe it's Gorox or Gorok. Gotta go, subscribed on YouTube. Dream without limits, love without fear, and live your life without regrets. Could not agree more. Thank you for stopping by, Raptor, and have yourself a good night. I think I'm going to do a quick little mine tour, I guess would be the best way to put it. As soon as I get a couple more scoops into this truck. Finally got a good view of the pit, the old pit. You know what, I'm gonna do that right now. This one scoop. So let's go to vehicles and this. Let's do it this way. So... There we go. So for anybody that knows this map, it is Iron... I want to say Iron Mountain Pit or Iron Mountain Mine, something like that. That is what this map is. So the original city or bunch of houses that come on the map are right there where the drone is kind of pointing. There's a few buildings right here that are also on the side. That sea can looking thing right there, or that fuel tank, are the ones that are originally placed on this map when you first start. And then the mine itself is a little road that goes down here, comes down this way, and then it kind of wraps around this area here until it gets down into that spot. That is the original pit, that I would call it, or the original mine. So the plan that I am hoping we can kind of stick to is this this bagger here is going to dig essentially the wall that it's probably farthest reach that it's got right there now. It's going to continue to dig that all the way around here. Maybe even by the time he gets up to that, he can come back and dig to flatten that out a bit too. So once he gets this dug out to up here a bit, we're going to try and get this retaining wall to go across until it meets up with that wall. So once he gets this dug out up here, then he's going to take this bagger and he's going to dig out the shelf that this is sitting on. And I say he, I mean Bear, when he's actually on. He's the one that operates the bagger. Personally, not my favorite machine. So this one's going to dig out this section up here and try and get that wall. Then he's going to get this bagger to dig out the shelf that this is sitting on and evening it out so that this shelf is also dug up to that wall. Then once that area is dug out to that depth, then he's going to get the bagger and drop it down here and dig out this section until all of it is at the height of that, or up to the edge of that wall. So this wall is going to be 3 shelves tall. And then once we get that retaining wall all the way up to that wall and this is all cleared out, by that time I'll probably have a little bit of this more dug out. It doesn't take them very long to run those machines and dig out all of that. But once I get a good chunk of this dug out, then we'll probably get a couple more shovels and a couple more trucks running and clear out this area here, all of this, down to the same height as this here. Maybe even the same height as the bottom of this pit, depending on how hard that might be. I think what we might do is keep to this height, get rid of all this material in here down to this height, and then once we get closer to this pit, maybe we'll drop from this height down into the bottom of the pit and then remove all of this material in here again to the height of this pit. But that's the plan, is to remove everything from this wall once these shelves are all evened up to this wall, and then get rid of everything here, and then we're going to start trying to turn this into looking more like an actual open pit mine instead of what we got going on here, which is just essentially a whole lot of holes all over the place and everything is just scrambled. There's no real rhyme or reason to the way it all looks. So that's the plan. And as I keep saying, plans change, and they often change here. But the plan is to, at least for now, try and get this area, all this area here, to be the same height as this ground, and that includes all of this over here to be the same height as what's this ground. And then by the time I get this a good chunk of this dug out, maybe we'll drop down to the depth of this pit and work our way back towards the plant again. And I think later on, sometime, we might even try focusing on getting, like, once this is done, once we're done digging this out and getting it looking like an actual open pit mine, maybe we'll get a road that goes down this way, down into like the lower point of this valley or something, and try and dig this out and turn this into another pit mine. But you can definitely see okay, what is the drop down? Is it this one? Is it? No, that one. So yeah, as you can see the trucks here, I've only had like me, so that truck is the one that I use. The gray and yellow one is another viewer. The purple one is nicknamed Dino, that is my wife's truck. And then the red one that's right there, painted company colors, is Bear's truck. Those three there I only left there as scale for anybody that's wondering what the scale difference is. That's the 200 model, that's the 300 model, 400 model, and these three here are 500 model. I haven't parked the 500 next to it because we're using them. But as you can see with the three little gray spots and this concaved area right here that's all torn to crap. The other day I happened to be digging, I think it was either right here. Oh yeah, no, it was this. I went to try and pick up some coal that spilled out past the that coal thing there. And as I tried to pick it up, the loader went up in the air, doing somersaults and flipping and everything else, and then I landed right there and then rolled down this hill and then had to drive my way back over. But I think our plan later on is this spot right here that's just under the drone is, I'm gonna probably think about getting that as a road that comes down in here and start another pit. Yeah, I think I might do that. Get this down here as another pit. But we're literally only scratching the surface on this map so far. I mean, if we could go all the way out there, all the way up there. Like everything that's basically green in this map can be dug up. And right now we have got this little tiny bit here. So there's quite a bit of work that can be done that hasn't been done yet. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna go start the clean out. So we are 480 million in. And it's only really been, I mean, Bear and M67 came in here a little while ago, or a while ago now, and helped out for a little bit. But most of what's been dug up or done today was basically by me. So there's probably not going to be a whole lot of cleanup to do, but I'll still do the cleanup. Let's go do the clean out, and then once I'm done cleaning out and finding out exactly how much material we've moved and how much money we've made, then probably gonna call her quits for the night. Or morning, whatever time zone you're in. It's really early in the morning here. 3:12 a.m. Okay, so because this is not passed through right now, right? I don't think it's passed through. Oh, maybe, no. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have much for a clean out today, but we'll see. Why do I feel like something's not working right? Something broken on this. All of them are working. There. Okay, we got stuff that's broken. Got belt systems that are not working. Okay. I need my process operator in here, because I don't know shit about this. That's doing that. That's doing that. And this is not working. why is that not? Oh, why can't I turn that one on? You got the power cable going outside, right? Okay, so I got everything here. Unit load. Grid load, unit load. I'm confused. Doesn't take much to confuse me. But I know I have... Excuse me. Everything is working that way. This is not. Oh, it's just because the hopper is like that, okay. That's not working either. Okay, that one's working. Power is running to that. And then that power is running up. That one is on. this one is also on. Why? It's like it shows that it's on, but it's not, though. off of that. Something didn't just bust, did it? Well, that's the okay. Yeah, it's at that point. That's why I'm fucking with it like I am here. Okay, let's see if I can't do this. So I need needing to run a cable from there. Just do it this way. There. 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 To there. Alright, they're all turned on now. We're back to making money. Well, so much for a clean out, because nothing has been started yet, really. I'll have to get Bear to look into what the hell he had going on here. I can remove that. It should still work, right? Yeah. So we had two of them running down to that. Guess that's how it's gonna work. For now, anyway. Like I said, until Bear actually comes in here and... Because I know he's got it set up a certain way. And he knows exactly where all the cables are running. I don't. He did tell me the cables are running underneath the boxes like this. But he also has a lot of these lines running in and through concrete slabs, and I have no idea where they might be, so I'll leave that for him. But that means I can come up here now and return the concrete blocks. just do that. Okay. Uh, okay. Might look a little better. Quick little wire that way. Again, the difference between a mechanic doing wiring and an electrician doing wiring. Bear's got all this done up like an electrician, and I just found a problem and had to fix it like a mechanic. Yeah, the setup was literally built by this guy. Not me. And as I just said then, it's like so this belt here was not working. There was no power going to it. So I had to find out why. And because I can't find out where the cable was supposed to be, like the cable here goes to that box that was in behind that wall. I have no idea why it wasn't getting enough power, why, unless there's a cable that's supposed to be run that isn't run, that wasn't put back in or whatever. I have no idea. All I know is this was not getting power. So what I ended up having to do is setting up another wind turbine or generator and running a straight cable from that generator down to here, while still kind of trying to keep Bear's clean look of no wires all over the place, which at the same time stuff like this. Take that cable, put it on that one. Run that cable up to that one. That running. Bear, you have got one hell of a complicated system going on here, and I may very well have just butchered it, but it is working again. Okay, got dirt. Got that running. Plant is going there. That conveyor, got that conveyor. Yep, like I said. It's basically, the plant started off, oh no, I got another thing here with no power going to it. Where's the... I got a feeling what I'm about to do is probably gonna wind up with another fucking too much power going to something. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay. That cable. Go to that. Go to that. That cable. Go to that. I've got too much power going to that. Of course I do. I wonder what's the chance that I can go up top, put another power generator in next to the one that's currently up there. However I get up there. Except them. Factory power. Another one of them. Okay, got that going. Like I said before, it's literally gonna look like the electrician did it one way and the mechanic got a hold of it and it works, but it's probably nowhere near as pretty as what it was before. I think that's done running now. Say by the time I'm done pissing around with all this, I could probably actually do a clean out. Okay, that's all running through. Alright. Yeah, it's got a little bit of work to do. actually. Where are those boxes going? Where? Getting lots of steel. Not really doing a lot of gold or anything like that because I haven't run any of it through the process yet. Because nothing was really running through until now. Okay. Why? Why do you have no fucking power now? Okay, I got a belt that goes this way. Is there at least a power cord that goes and follows that too? Is that gonna... Is that actually running the cable all the way, running everything over here now? Good. Good. Alright. That was painful. Misunderstanding coal power plant. It's not just feed it coal and you get power. Pretty sure that's what it is. Oh. Now I think I know why I was losing power. These things have ran out of coal. Thank you for bringing that up, because now... One, two, three, four, five. Let's try 6. Let's do 3 and 3. Oh, no, it doesn't. It just used coal. But it adds itself, so you see how it's 99832, and then it's going up? So, the way Bear's got it set up here, and the reason that I had it turned off, had pass-through turned off, was because we were digging so much coal that it actually overfilled. And the way this game works, for some really stupid reason, if you have pass-through on with the power, with the storage, it will go until it'll just keep going. So if the coal plant fills up with fuel and then fills up with its storage, this thing is going to continue to pump it until it does exactly what it looks like out here. It's spewed out everywhere. But yeah, that makes sense now. So thank you for saying something like that, because if I didn't see that, I wouldn't have known that the 2 coal power plants that Bear has running this basically ran out of coal because I turned the fucking things off. So. But I honestly think now that I got all of that clusterfuck out of the way, I think I'm going to call it a night now, or morning, whatever you want to call it. All right. Hope those headphones are waterproof. Yeah. So, on that note, if you're liking the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime and your account is linked, you can get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to get the thumbs up button, click. It helps out the channel a little bit. If you're wanting to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. Don't forget to share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this type of content. If you're wanting to play on this map while I am live, just put in the comments below that you are interested, and when I'm on again, I will get you the server information and have you join. All that I ask is that you operate a truck and or roller. If I can find the roller. And or roller. The roller. So truck and or roller because trolls exist and you can't wreak that much havoc with the truck and or the roller. So until deemed competent in operating the equipment, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. And as an incentive, I will buy a brand new haul truck, and I will give you the opportunity to paint that truck whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the entire duration of you playing on this map. And I will be back on again tomorrow at 6:30-ish Mountain Standard Time. So again, for people that hate time zones as much as I do, my time right now is 4:17 a.m. and I will be on at 6:30-ish p.m. tomorrow. So, and we'll continue digging out this area here. Hopefully a couple more people will be on with me tomorrow. Bear might end up having to fix the spaghetti factory I just caused in this the plant. So yeah, that makes sense as to why stuff was working all of a sudden it wasn't, and that's because the coal plants that were here ran out of coal. So I have to keep that in mind next time. So yeah, until next time, 6:30 Mountain Standard Time-ish tomorrow. Till then, have a good one.